What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, August 20th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we've got some sound from some Texas players: Arch Manning, Ant Hill, Michael Taft. All three of them addressed the media following yesterday's practice. We'll let you hear from three of the stars on the 2025 Texas Longhorns, plus an unfortunate injury storyline to pay attention to regarding Texas. One of the Horns' most important players is nursing a minor injury, but could it be a bad sign for things to come? We'll dive into plenty of Texas Longhorns talk as we sit just 10 days away from kickoff against Ohio State. We will finally dive into the Big Ten CFP expansion plans. We'll get into that. We've got some sound from Ed Ogeron talking about Arch Manning and also that 2019 Texas LSU game. We've got the latest on the Micah Parsons negotiations in Dallas, more from the NFL, and another wild story where billionaires are just being billionaires, man. I don't understand them. Never have, never will. We've got a lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond on a hump day edition of Bucky and BK. We appreciate y'all starting your morning with us. How are you today, my man?
I'm good, man. A lovely morning it is out here in Dripping Springs, USA, America. And the Yankees did hit 9 home runs yesterday.
There we go.
9. Hey, why don't you spread those out, guys?
Oh, you're mad that your team hit 9 home runs in a blowout victory last night? That's not good enough for you?
That's not good enough. Why waste them? Why waste all of those home runs? I mean, really, save some for today.
The Yankees need all the wins they can get. They're in a hotly contested race for the American League wild card right now. They got to win some games, Buck.
Yeah, I saw that. I think the Astros took it on the chin too, didn't they?
They lost 1-0 in extra innings. So they lost 2 days ago. They took it on the chin. Last night, just an annoyingly close, heartbreaking loss in extra innings as they continue their slide right now. But
yeah, they're sliding a little bit. They won't slide far enough. They'll get it back together. But my goodness, you're right. I guess I should take the win, take the 13 runs, enjoy it.
Well, the good news for the Astros, who have lost 3 in a row, is that the Seattle Mariners have lost 4 in a row. So the Astros currently hold, I believe it's a game lead, maybe a game and a half lead right now for first place in the American League West. But the Mariners, who were red hot for a while, have hit a little bit of a cold spot. So even though the Astros are having some tough time, even though the Astros are having some tough times, Seattle is falling on hard times right now, and the Rangers are god awful right now. So Houston's still in a decent spot, but yeah, that American League West, they're all just treading water right now. And that wild card race is getting pretty good. Obviously, your Yankees are in the mix. Boston's struggling a little bit lately, but they're there too. Kansas City close, Cleveland close. It's getting good as the calendar gets closer to September, but a lot of teams who were on hot streaks have now cooled off. So we'll see what happens as
how about
the
the
season
Mets?
moves
How are the
along.
Mets doing? Are they still on a downer?
Yeah, the Mets, they have won 3 in a row, but for the most part, over the last 2 months and change, they have been on a downer after a red-hot start. So they've got the 3rd wild card spot in the National League, but they are kind of fighting for their playoff lives right now.
Are you still enjoying that cool weather?
Oh, man.
Those temperatures, because, boy, it is nasty back here. The daily temperature keeps saying it's going to be. I look at my Dripping Springs temperature. No, I don't do the national weather. I look at the dirty drip weather, and it says 93, 94. And then I get outside by about 12:30, 1 o'clock, and it's like 97, 99. I mean, my goodness. It was so humid yesterday.
You need a better weather app, I think.
No, man. Dripping Springs, our forecasters are just fine.
Well, I can't figure out why you always check the Dripping Springs weather when you're golfing in not Dripping Springs. Like I know that's close to Austin and Round Rock and Fredericksburg and some of the places that you actually play, but there could be a couple of degree difference that changes your rule, you know?
6 degrees, 7 degrees.
Well, you say you won't play if it's above 95. So if it's 93 in the drip, but it's 97 in Austin, then
Can't do it. I have to go by the drip weather. I got to believe that the drip is correct when I say can't do that. So,
okay, you're going with the drip, not where you're actually playing golf.
yeah, I mean, temperatures can, depending on what part of the golf course you're at, where the temperatures change. I just know where I was at yesterday was hot. And I got there early enough to get 30 minutes of work, hitting balls. How about that?
Oh, that's not like you.
No, dude, I was sweating through everything by then. I had had a wonderful breakfast, stopped off, got a little sticky bun, and then I went and had a big old taco, for my second 18, and felt fantastic. I'm telling you, putting food in you is just as important as getting hydrated on the golf course. Because if you run out of energy, man, those little walks to the golf cart seem like they're long. Because I get out of the cart and walk across the course to the ball, where I'm getting yelled at about sitting in the golf cart. It's too hot to be walking. Getting my steps in, and my steps said yesterday 4 miles of walking around,
It's
you
life for
know?
you.
And it's good, man, it's good, and since I've got this little watch, like I said, I've been averaging over 2 miles of activity a day, or 2.5 miles of walking around and steps and everything, and that's good to know, even if what's it mean? I probably have been doing that a lot, and I didn't never without the watch, but it's still good to know that you're exercising that much and getting that kind of activity and movement. You
Yeah,
gotta stay moving no matter what.
for sure. And do decade number 7 for you on this earth. You got to make sure you're staying in shape and getting after it a little bit. That's good.
Yeah, and it feels good too. I mean, I slept like a baby last night. I was out. I mean, generally I can hear a lot of things that's going on around. I didn't hear anything last night. Somebody could
There
have
you go.
come in and surprised the hell out of me. I wouldn't have known anything last night. I was knocked out cold.
It's a weird thing to think about. Like instead of just enjoying your sleep, you're like, damn it, I slept too hard. Someone could have killed me. It's like, nah, just be grateful that you slept well. It's a good thing.
That's true. I wasn't at a Motel 6, so there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah,
You know
you're
what I
at
mean?
your
It's not
home.
it's not like having the next door to me and the whole gang coming in. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate what you do for us, to you and your families. Do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. All right, we're a couple of days late to this story, but it's worth talking about because it's something that could directly impact the future of college football, which is the sport we love more than any other. Over the weekend, it was reported that Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti had been floating the idea of a 28 team college football playoff to teams in the Big Ten Conference. He proposed the idea of a 24 team CFP. He also proposed the idea of a 28 team CFP. And the proposal is in its very, very early stages, but it would eliminate conference title games, Buck, and would also offer a large number of automatic bids to all 4 power conferences. Of course, the SEC and the Big Ten would receive the most, which is what most of these CFP expansion proposals have offered in the past. But for example, in the 2018 model, the Big Ten and the SEC would each get 7 automatic bids, while the Big 12 and ACC would each receive 5. And there'd be 2 automatic bids for the non-Power 4 conferences, and then a couple of at-large teams to comprise the rest of the CFP. So,
Are they trying to get rid of the bowl games, the bowl system altogether?
that's not mentioned here. I
They don't
don't
have any
know if
time to play the games. They just know. I mean, you'd be playing football into March.
well, I guess if you play the playoff games on the weekends, you could play other bowl games in the middle of the week, like you get anyways. So if you wanted to throw those other teams, not a lot left, but throw those other teams that don't make the playoff a bone and giving them the opportunity to appear in a postseason game, then yeah, you could still have the other bowls. But people think they're meaningless right now. If you make the playoff 28 teams, then you know what they're going to think then.
Well, it all depends on what the sponsors think, the ones that pay the money for the TV rights. Or what TV thinks, because if they can get a sponsor, they don't give a shit. They'll play it on a Tuesday night. The stadium doesn't have to have anybody in it as long as the sponsor pays the money for the
Sure.
broadcast. What do they care?
Right. Yeah. I mean, well, this whole thing is about money. We're
Sure.
talking about 28 teams in a playoff. Like, that's all about getting more postseason games. And in any sport, the postseason games are going to bring in more revenue than anything you could do in the regular season. So
Sure.
this whole thing is about making money. And I think the Big Ten is less concerned with the teams that don't make the CFP. They're more concerned with, okay, how do we cash in on the CFP as
Yeah.
much as we
How
can?
do our conference, how do our two conferences? Well, not really. They could care less about the SEC. They know they have to come along with them, but it's about
Right.
putting 7 of their teams in there.
Yeah. And,
Wow.
you know, we're talking about, everybody else is seemingly talking about 14 or 16 teams, right? We know we have
Sure.
12 in the field this coming season. But we also know that this is likely to be the last season of a 12-team field. Everyone else is like, okay, 14, 16, and then maybe we stop right there, at least for a while, to
Yeah, let's
catch
get
our
to
breath.
16 and chill out.
And then the Big Ten is like, nah, why stop there when we can do 24 or 28?
Is that the proposal they'll put that and they'll send that to the SEC commissioner and talk to him about that, and then all this stuff that has to be done by December, that's what they throw out there for college football?
I have no idea. Again, as of
Wow.
right now, the Big Ten commissioners floated this to the teams in the Big Ten. So this at least made it past the league office, right? I know Tony Patini is in charge of the conference, but they've got an entire group of people working for the Big Ten, and they all thought this idea was good enough to at least float it around to their member institutions. So they're thinking like, there could be some
Yeah,
legs to
Illinois
this
loves
thing.
this, Purdue loves this. Maybe one of these years we'll get into there.
Uh,
Probably
Purdue,
not.
Purdue's a long way away. They're going to need about a
Illinois
110 team
would
playoff.
like this.
Yeah, Illinois would like this. I mean, look, it gives every team,
Minnesota.
sure, yeah, teams that would have a very hard time making a even 16 team field obviously would love the opportunity. I mean, we're talking about 4, maybe even 5 lost teams making it here, Buck.
Yes.
Like, if we're doing 7 automatic bids in the SEC, does that just mean it's the top 7 teams in the SEC standings that are going to get in?
Hey, even Vandy can get in.
Even Vandy could get in. I mean, hypothetically, could a team lose all 4 of its non-conference games and then go like 6-2 in the SEC, and then their record 6-6? But well, they're 6-2 in the conference, so they're one of the best 7 teams. They're getting a bid.
Yeah, I like football, but I mean, I don't want football to be watered down. I know people say it doesn't matter. I'll even watch bad football. I really don't want to see really bad football. I don't want to see the 7th team in some conference. Like I said, Cinderella stories are nice. Vandy's story last year. A couple of teams every once in a while, Northwestern will have a little Cinderella story, but I don't want to see the worst. Number 7 with 4 or 5 losses play
Yeah,
in a playoff game. No, thank you.
that's ridiculous. I mean, you shouldn't have a chance to compete for a national championship like that. And that's one of the things that separated college football from pretty much every other sport over the years is that, 1 loss or 2 losses and boom, your season is done. Like, that's it.
Yeah,
Every single week
regular season
matters.
really means something.
Yeah, in the NFL, it's like you could go 9-7. Now 9-8, you could still earn a playoff spot, and you can win a Super Bowl if you just get hot at the right time. College football, it's like, dude, in the past, obviously, when we just had the BCS and it was 2 teams competing for a championship, if you
Right.
lost 1 game, you were done. I mean, 2008 Texas knows all about that, right? You lose just 1 game, and all of a sudden your chances of a national title are out the window. Nowadays, it's like, well, you can lose 2. Some people aren't happy about that. Well, if you lose 3, you're done. We're talking about
Can you imagine
24 or
losing 4 games?
28.
I mean, 4 games, you
Yeah.
shouldn't be in anything. You should be going down to the Alamo Bowl with 4 losses. Shouldn't be
Yeah.
going into any college playoff.
And this is ridiculous, man. Like,
It is.
devaluing the regular season.
It's a money thing, but
Of course. And I know the Big Ten's argument, everybody looks at March Madness, right? The NCAA basketball tournament. And they're like, well, we have 68 teams in that. out of like 350 something. And it's 28% of the teams in that sport make it to the postseason. So we can actually add this many teams in this sport. And believe it or not, the percentage would actually be less in college football than it is in college basketball. So Tony, like 28 out of 133 FBS teams, that's 21% of the sport that would make it to the playoff, which is less than what they have in college basketball. So they could point and say, look at all the money that we make in the basketball tournament. Think about if we had this many teams in the football tournament and it's football and not basketball. Oh, how much could we be lining our pockets if we just do
Well,
this,
you keep
guys?
doing it, you're lining your pockets. You're worried about NIL and how much money those kids are making. You're getting the government involved in what you can do and how much they can make, and if they're employees or not. They're about to ask for more. You do that, then we open up another can of worms. Just keep opening up that can, you
Yeah.
know.
By
And
the
then
way,
you can quit calling it student athletes. We already laugh at it now. You can quit doing that after that because it's going to be all about money, and they're going to be looking for their piece of the pie too.
I mean, I don't think anybody with a brain calls them student athletes. We do it jokingly, and the NCAA will call them student athletes from time to time as an excuse for them to not have to do any work. Oh, we could punish Michigan, but they're student athletes, man. Like, we're not going to do that to the student athletes. That's not the right thing. Like, they're professional athletes right now who just go to
Yes.
school. That's what's happening right now. Not necessarily in every college sport, but in this college sport. So you can't keep picking and choosing when you're going to treat them like pros and when you're going to treat them
Right, and you
like
can't get
students.
pissed at them when they want more money when you're banking all that money from, the commissioner says this, we'll go with that. Then the players all of a sudden say, no, we need to get more money too. Now all of
Right.
a sudden, now you're going to tell them, well, your education is worth this, student athlete,
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, it's if you're talking about playing more games, which I assume you would have to do if you're expanding the field, right? Even if you do eliminate conference championship games, that's one game that some teams play. If you're adding a couple of rounds to the college football playoff, that expands the season and causes the players to have to play more games. So they're going to
Right.
be like, we need more in NIL money and we need more in revenue share if we're going to be doing this because what you've been paying us has to do with this schedule. Now we've got that schedule.
Yeah, so we need to get more. And they're
Yeah,
just sort of, aren't they? Is this the year that they start paying $20 million to colleges for players anyway?
this is
Oh,
the
that thing's,
revenue share
you
year.
do
Yep.
this thing is going to go on the rise again.
Yeah. And again, they have to make this decision by December 1st of this year.
Yeah.
So even though we're talking about, next year's playoff and years after that's playoff, we have to have some sort of official announcement by December 1st in terms of what they are going to do for at least the 2026 college football season. So we'll have an answer within the next couple of months of what this thing is going to look like. Yeah, I have a hard time thinking, even though the money in this is nice, I have a hard time thinking the other leagues are going to get on board with this one, Buck. This is too extreme, isn't it?
I think so. That's a lot of teams. To me, about 16 is as far as we need to go, and then take a break for a couple
Yeah.
years. Let the sponsor revenue see what the world's going to look like. See if we can gather up some more sponsors for bigger money, expand them, but don't take a jump like this, a leap like this.
Nope. Nope.
And
Yeah,
once
I already
again,
think.
I don't want to watch Purdue if they have a good year, and they're 8-4. I don't want to see them try to get into play. I don't want to watch that.
I just don't think you're ever
You know,
going to see a team like that make a deep run into the playoff. Like maybe
they're
they'll
not
pull
going to
off,
deep run, but they're going to play maybe. What if they play in two? I don't want to see them play in two. I
right?
want them
Maybe
down
they'll,
at the Alamo Bowl. I want to see them at the Sun Bowl. See
yeah.
you later.
Yeah. Again, in this sport, it's always been like losing games actually matters. And
Yes.
I don't want to be debating 4 loss resumes to try to figure out which team should be in. And
Yeah. Who's in and who's not with their 4 and 5 losses?
hey, is 4 loss Bill Belichick led North Carolina better than 5 loss South Carolina out of the SEC? Look at the schedule that they played, but they've got fewer loss. Like I don't want to be arguing about that. That's ridiculous. The argument is neither of those teams should be in. You're right. They should be in the Sun Bowl or the Alamo Bowl or the
The
Cheez It
most you
Bowl.
the most you need to be able to lose in college football from the BCS to now is 3 games. That's it. anything else, you're at some bowl game somewhere. You
Yep.
don't need to be in any championship play. This
I don't
isn't
even
this isn't NCAA basketball.
I don't like 3 losses, right? And
Yeah, I'd be able to, yeah.
last year there were no 3-loss teams that got in. Again, 1 year sample size, so maybe this year there will be a 3-loss team or 2
I know people
that
are
make it.
crying and moaning about Alabama and who else in the conference.
South Carolina,
Yeah,
Ole Miss.
yeah, I wouldn't care to see them. I know how good they are. Still wouldn't have wanted to see them with 3 losses in. 2
No,
losses, yeah, 3 losses, it's gonna happen because with the Big Ten and the SEC eventually. But dude, I don't want a bunch of teams at 4 losses and 5 losses. No, you need to go home and regroup for next year.
it's crazy. Yeah, 12 is already more than I would have liked, right? I was cool with expanding beyond 4, but I was like 6 or 8. Can we get it to 6 or 8? Knowing that that was never going to happen because, again, it's all about the dollar bills, y'all. But yeah, it's like I've almost led myself to believe that, okay, it's going to get to 16, and I don't love that, but 16 is fine. That's what the FCS does. And it still makes the regular season feel like something, and hopefully we'll still have conference championship games, which that's another annoying part of this. Like that's why are we trying to get rid of conference title games? Those have always meant a lot in this sport. And it's like you look at other sports too. I mean, the NFL, like teams hang banners when they win their division.
Yeah, they
Obviously, it
do.
doesn't mean as much as winning an NFL conference or a Super Bowl. Of course, we all know that. But like in baseball, you hang a banner. In the NFL, you hang a banner. In the NBA, like in basketball, you win your conference, you get a banner or something in your stadium that says, "We won the division, we won the conference that year." That why are we trying to get rid of that?
Dude, they got a middle of the season tournament that they hang banners for now in the NBA. You kidding me? We're gonna have that. Is that coming to football too?
I hope
Midseason. How
not.
you doing midseason?
Yeah, that's dumb. That is incredibly dumb, and I don't like that. I never have, and I never will, and
No.
it's all a joke there. But yeah, don't get to that. But why are we trying to shed the conference championships? Like that's a goal for every team every year. It's synonymous with the sport, and we don't need that. Just so we can get a 5-loss team into the playoff, we got to shed.
Those teams will be walking around with their chest out. We had 5 losses, but hey, we got 2 wins in the tournament. I'm like, who cares, dude? That's that. That's just going to be. It's it's enough as it is, and it's fine. But you're going to start getting to games where you're going to be going into March Madness. Basketball is going to have to worry because we're going to be coming right up to a week before it's time for March Madness. There are tournaments that are running. You'll be still playing football.
They're talking about, I guess, one, I don't even know if I want to call it silver lining because that feels too positive here. But you and I both said after last year's playoff that, we wanted more playoff games on campus, right? Again, you look at other
Yes,
sports like the NFL, let's just look at them because that's the closest thing to college football that we've got. The NFL plays every playoff game except for one at someone's home stadium. Of course, the Super Bowl is the neutral site game. Last year, I mean, Texas, Arizona State, to use the Peach Bowl for reference, they didn't even sell out that game. And it's like, why are we playing this game here when,
yeah,
like Texas fans had already paid for one playoff game ticket with Clemson. And if you win this game, you got to pay for another playoff game ticket and then potentially another playoff game ticket. Like, why are we putting this game between a Texas school and an Arizona school somewhere in Georgia? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The 28 team format, Buck, would put 20 playoff games on campus. So hopefully they're not adding this many teams, but hopefully in whatever 14 or 16 team proposal that gets accepted, wishful thinking
right.
there, they do add more on campus playoff games. I think we
Yeah,
all
give
like
the fans
those.
a break, man, for all this travel. Let them go to their home stadium, enjoy it like we did last year. I thought that was fine. I think that should happen, even if they move it up to 16. Yeah, they need to have more home games. I'm
Yeah.
sorry
Yeah.
that sorry SMU had to go to Happy Valley when it was absolutely. I mean, temperatures are going to be different in different parts of the world. That's just football. So, hey, don't go to
Well,
that school. Don't go to that college then. You don't
if
have to know it
SMU
until you have to go there.
Well, if SMU beats Clemson in the ACC championship game, they probably don't have to go to Happy Valley.
That's
So
right.
that's your punishment for losing that game and getting an at-large bid. You got to go on the road and Pennsylvania in December. Good luck, Dallas kids.
No
That'll be
kidding.
fun for you. Yeah, look, last year it would have meant Texas having to play at Arizona State because of the way it was formatted last year. But that would have been better for the sport. I know it would have been a tougher environment for Texas, but like that would have made more sense and been better for the sports than what we ended up having. So again, hopefully we're not talking about 24 or 28, but hopefully we are talking about more playoff games on campus. Like I'm okay with the last two rounds being neutral site. Like if you want to get the
Sure.
semis and then obviously the title game somewhere neutral, then that works for me. It's like the Final Four in basketball, right? All of those games are neutral.
Right.
But yeah, I think the first couple of rounds should be on campus. Again, you're to me, the regular season should still matter. So that's one of the ways that you make it seem like you actually care about the regular season is here's your reward for winning a bunch of games and getting a higher ranking. You get to host a couple of games at your home venue.
Yeah, and trying to reward your shitty teams in your conference that are at the bottom almost with 4 losses, that's ridiculous.
Well, that's the Big Ten, knowing that they're very top heavy. Like that, they've
Of
won
course.
so annoying. They've won 2 championships in a row for the first time ever, mind you, and now they're walking around like they run the sport. And
No,
really, they're just trying to ruin the sport.
well, I don't know if the SEC commissioner will go along with it, but that ain't a bad deal for him either.
I don't know.
I hope he
I
doesn't
don't
go
think
for it. I hope they're gonna go by what he said or by what the University of Texas tells them to do
there
since
you
they
go.
run the SEC.
I like that thought. Yeah, I don't think Greg Sankey wants to get rid of the SEC title game. Could be wrong on that. Like, I don't think he's come on the record and said, "No, we got to get rid of this deal." I just I think he likes the SEC
Yeah, because
championship.
that means a lot in the SEC, that title
Yeah,
game too, and so does a Big Ten title.
it
I
should.
know what
It
you're
used to.
talking about. Well, it
Apparently,
used
it
to.
doesn't. The commissioner is saying it doesn't matter because he's trying to get rid of them just so he could get Northwestern into the playoff one
Oh
time.
my god.
That's what we've got going here. So, yeah, again, it's annoying. Like once the games actually start, that will dominate the conversation. But I really hoped all of this stuff would be decided by then so we didn't have to even think or talk about playoff expansion and things like this. But we know how this works with these guys. They drag their feet, and we'll probably be at the Thanksgiving dinner table trying to figure out, okay, we've got a week left. What in the hell is the playoff going to look like? Yeah, we're talking Texas A&M, the Texas A&M game, but like, what the hell are we going to do with the future of this sport? That's I got a hunch this thing is going to come down to the wire, which is annoying.
Oh, it will. We'll be they need to have these couple more home games on campus for local, vendors and people to have a good weekend there instead of taking your people out of your city and flying them somewhere else and having them pay and stay at home. I mean, it's tough.
We don't
And
need a
that's that
couple. We don't need a couple more though. That's the thing. You add
no.
more rounds, more teams to the playoff, then you're adding a couple more games. Like you don't need that many more games.
Give me 2 home games on your campus during the playoffs and let's roll.
That's fine. Yeah, like that's I'm on
You
board
don't
with
need to go
that.
to Atlanta 4 times.
No, no. Look, I hope we're in Atlanta in December for the SEC championship game, and I think one of the semi games is in Atlanta this year
Well, of
because
course it is.
yeah, obviously the quarterfinal that Texas played in was in the ATL, so I think that means one of the semis is going to be there this year, and yeah, we might have multiple trips to the freaking Mercedes-Benz Stadium again this season, which what a ridiculous thing to complain about. Oh, my team's good, so I have to go watch them play in huge games. But it's like, can we go anywhere else, please? Anywhere else? Come on. It's becoming our new San Antonio.
Oh my
Oh.
god. It
Uh,
is.
terrible. All right, we'll take your thoughts again. The outlandish, ridiculous, wild Big Ten college football playoff expansion plans that they are floating around. Hopefully, everybody else with the brain shoots it down. But again, we have no idea what's going to happen as we move forward. All right, moving forward in this show, we've got plenty of sound from the Texas players Arch Manning, Anthony Hill, Michael Taft. All three of them were made available after Texas practice yesterday. We'll let you hear from three of the stars on the Longhorns in a moment. But first, how about our first round of sponsor shoutouts?
Folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, that knee's going real bad, joint replacement, of course, rheumatology. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and overall good people there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
Football season is here and we couldn't be more excited.
We are gearing up for the games and wishing all our favorite teams an incredible season.
At Covert Bee Cave, we know how much you love football. That's why we're offering unbeatable deals on all our vehicles this summer.
So whether you're road tripping to the game or having a watch party, make sure you arrive in style with a vehicle from Covert Bee Cave. Let's play some football, y'all.
And folks, our good friends over at Daymaker Half Day Cafe, try the classic buttermilk stack for breakfast over there. They're open from 7 till 3. It's just a half day. So if you want that hamburger early in the morning over at Daymaker, hey, you can have that. Or how about this, chicken and waffles? You know, I've never done that yet, BK. Never had chicken and waffles. Maybe I'm going to have to make that one of my deals. But I do like the Daymaker Classic for sure. 2 eggs over, of course. Any choice of meat, that would be sausage. That would be your link sausage. I like sausage patties, as a matter of fact. And, of course, those wonderful hash browns. But you can also have a nice mimosa early in the morning. Nothing stopping you from getting your drink on early in the morning over at Daymaker. But it's a wonderful place right there on Mopac, where the old IHOP used to be, right beside Jack Allen's Salt Trader. So it's Daymaker Half Day Cafe.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I love that. Get your drink on. Get your grub on early.
That honey bun. They got that big bun. It looks like it's the size of a plate. You got to have a fork and a knife to eat that bad boy. I've been told to stay away from that from my boss, but I am going to slide over there for that honey bun.
Your boss, a.k.a. your wife?
Yeah, a.k.a. the boss.
Yeah, she doesn't want you near anyone's honey buns, huh?
No, man, especially if it's the size of a plate. Yeah.
I'm going to have to go there and send you a picture of that just to rub it in.
Oh, dude, that's going to make me want to have a nice glass of milk with that.
Oh.
Coffee and milk. Nothing like getting my dairy on at 7, at 9 o'clock in the morning. How's that?
Yeah, your wife's going to love your smells when you come home after eating that, too. Oh, man. Also, some love to SendTexTickets.com. Hey, we are 10 days away from Texas, Ohio State. If you're trying to go to Columbus for the game, you can get your tickets to the game online at SendTexTickets.com. And, of course, it's not just game one. They've got you covered with every Longhorn game, home and away, all season long, including hopefully some playoff games, too. SendTex Tickets is your one-stop shop for all of your tickets all season long. And don't forget to use our promo code, SendTex10. You type that in at checkout, you are instantly going to receive 10% off of any ticket purchase from our great friends at SendTexTickets.com.
Yes, indeed.
All right, Buck, I will let you choose who we hear from first. We've got some Arch Manning sound. We've got some Michael Taft sound. We've got some Anthony Hill sound. Where do you want to go?
I want to hear what Arch Manning has to say about his summer so far.
We will start with the quarterbacks. We've got 4 different bits of sound from Arch. We'll open up with this one. How do you handle the hype? I feel like he's been asked a question similar to this a few different times over the course of the offseason, but usually it's been in relation to him. Now it's not only in relation to the expectations for him, but also for the team as well, because now we know the Longhorns are the preseason #1 team in both polls. Here's Arch Manning talking about handling all of the expectations.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean anything. Being ranked before the season even starts doesn't mean anything. I don't even know how they get those opinions, but I feel like we do a good job of keeping the main thing, trying to get better every day and go win some games.
There you go.
Simple
Keep
as
it
that.
focused.
Yeah, take it one day at a time. Keep the main thing. And, you can't win a national championship on August 20th. You put in the work on August 20th to help get you to that spot, but you got to take it day by day, game by game. And that's the mentality that it seems like everybody in that locker room is having right now. We just got to do what we do. We know what we're capable of doing. We can't let that rat poison get to us. We can't pay attention to what the outsiders are saying, good, bad, or indifferent. Just got to put in that work every single day.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're going to either be talking positive about you or they're going to be talking negative. They generally only go about two different ways. One is bad and one is good. So which one are you going to fall for? You got to still go right back to work the next day and do what you do. And they've done a good job of that over the last couple of years. So they know this. There's one more step that they have to take that's better than what they've taken the last 2 years.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you've covered Texas for a long time. I've covered Texas for a long time. Like, we know people talk about Texas. That's always been the case, and that will never change. But the talk about Texas will be louder and more prevalent than ever before this year because, well, a couple of reasons. Mainly because that guy is the quarterback, but also Texas is the preseason #1 team for the first time in program history. If you couple those two things, obviously the SEC move as well. I mean, everything Texas does.
Yeah, and it's not just us, BK. I mean, the whole nation's talking about this football team. They've seen them over the last 2 years. They've seen the progress that the program has made. So why wouldn't you be talking anything but positive about them? I mean, there's no reason to try to break them down. This team is pretty solid. So
well, if Texas loses that first game 10 days from now, then everyone's going to be trying to break Texas down. Like Texas rational people will say, all right, hey, tough loss. Ohio State's a really good team. You're on the road at their house.
National champion, yeah.
And hey, one of the good parts about an expanded playoff is your season's not over. This isn't, 20 years ago, to use an example, the last time Texas played at Ohio State. Like, if Texas lost that game, they probably don't win the national championship that year because, we know how that sport worked back then. Nowadays, it's like the rational thought is, all right, you put it behind you. You try to win the next 11, go win your conference, get back into the playoff, and maybe you'll get a shot at redemption against Ohio State in January. But that's not what the talking heads are going to do. It's going to be overrated. Arch is overrated. The team's overrated. They're not very good. They can't win big games, this, that, and the other. So, everything they do is going to be analyzed with a giant telescope.
They'll talk about the coach can only get them so far, and then that's it.
Mm-hmm. Can't win the big ones. Can beat all the bad teams, but can't win the big games. And it's how it goes. And look, I mean, ask Ryan Day, the coach who will be on the opposing sideline a week from Saturday.
Oh, yeah, he knows.
Until you win the big game, everyone thinks you suck. You can have an amazing record. Ryan Day's record was a lot better than Steve Sarkisian's at this point in his Buckeye career. But until you win the big one, everyone thinks that you're not good enough. So that's what it's going to be for.
That's right. You got to keep working.
Here.
You got to keep working towards being better than you were last year.
Mm-hmm. I think you're going to like this.
As you were, but better.
Excuse me, Buck. Yeah, that's it. I mean, you've said it. We've both said it. You get back to the college football playoff semifinal this year. You can't say it's a bad season. You get to the Final Four in any sport. That's a great thing, but it's going to be disappointing if Texas loses that game, right? Because it's like, got to get over this hump. Got to get over this hump. We can't do it. So it's kind of a double-edged sword in a sense. But what do you have to do to win those last two? Here's another one from Arch. I think you're going to like this one, Coach. We've spent a ton of time talking about Arch Manning's dual threat ability and how that's going to be a big part of the offense. And every time you and I talk about it, it turns into a discussion of, hey, dude, you got to get down. Like, we need you healthy for every game this season. If Texas is going to do anything that we're talking about, it starts with number 16 staying on the field. So here's Arch Manning talking about protecting himself when he takes off and runs.
Yeah, I think I just need to be smart. Obviously, those hits add up. My grandfather, he can, he's hobbling around these days, and he ends every call with get down or get out of bounds. So I'm definitely hearing it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, but he's also telling you he's going to be who he is. So look out, y'all.
Well,
when the opportunity's there, it's, you can be whoever you want to be, but you can still get down. Or I like that, get out of bounds. And when you get out of bounds, that means really get out of bounds, 4 or 5 deep over there where the Gatorade bucket is. Just watch your hands when in that Gatorade bucket in there, Cam Rising. So only Cam Rising can hit the Gatorade bucket and be done for the season. So, but I mean, he's, like I said, he's just going to be his normal athletic self. And when the time presents it, it's how you end it. It's not how you begin that run. It's how you end that run. And we'll see. Like I said, there's going to be occasions where we're all going to hold our breath, or you're going to hold your breath every time he takes off. But there's going to be some occasions where that dude ain't sliding.
Well,
He's
Arch Manning.
just going to, it's going to be like he thought, I know we got dinged last year, but he's just going to play football at times too.
Yeah, well, that's scary. There's a time and place to do that. Hey, fourth quarter, one possession football game, your team needs a touchdown. All right, if you want to, dive and extend the football to try to score, if you want to lower your shoulder on an Ohio State defensive back to
in a national championship game, yeah,
get into the end zone, that's fine. But yeah, don't be doing that stuff against Mississippi State, please. Sure as hell don't be doing that stuff against San Jose State, please.
I just think he's just going to be his natural self, and that's going to. I mean, those are hard habits to break, but he's got enough people telling him. I mean, he's got his family telling him, he's got Sark telling him, he's got his players around him. Probably, I mean, you got people on offense just talking about, hey, dude, you need to get down sooner. I mean, how many times is he going to hear that during the course of? I mean, how many times has he already heard it?
Oh, I'm sure a bunch. I mean, he said every single call that he has with Archie ends it by saying, get down or get out of bounds.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and that's, Arch has been around football long enough. He's been around football his entire life. Like, he knows how this sport works. Any hit could be your last. I mean, he's walking around looking at his grandpa hobbling around right now. And I'm sure when Arch is that age, he would prefer to not be hobbling around. But he also realizes that, it might hit me before I turn 70 or 80 if I don't take care of myself and I don't do those things that my coaches and my grandpa and my uncles are talking about. So, for him to achieve all of his personal goals, he's got to make sure he stays healthy. Obviously, for the team to achieve all of its goals, he's got to stay healthy. And yeah, you can't say it enough. I hope he's annoyed by how much people are telling him.
Of course he's annoyed. I mean, it's hard not to be your athletic self when you're an athlete like that, because you don't like to slide when there's a 170-pound or 180-pound defensive back, 5'10", 5'11" coming at you and you're 6'4". That's hard for you to say, let me get down, when you can, hey, I may be able to stick my thigh right into this guy's helmet. And knowing that if he hits you in the wrong spot, you can miss a bunch of games because you got hit on the kneecap or you got hit in the thigh. Now you got a thigh contusion because you didn't get down. But that 180-pound guy who's used to tackling people, whose coach is screaming at him to hit you in the thigh, and you could have got down. I mean, he's going to take on a couple of those guys. I mean, and naturally, that's why you got to keep presenting that to him mentally. No, yes, you could run that guy over, but no, just some awkward hit by that guy getting you in a spot that can screw up our whole season. So go ahead and slide. We'll take the first down. You slide down.
And just make it to the next play. I know it's you worry about.
Yeah, right. That's more like it. That's more like the better saying, make it to the next play.
Yeah, I know you worry about can you teach an old dog new tricks, or can you break habits that a guy has had for years? But for Arch, that last year, I don't want to say he wasn't important. He was important, but he wasn't as important because he wasn't the starting quarterback. So, and he was trying to make the most of every opportunity that he had to prove to the coaching staff that he should be getting more starting reps at quarterback. So it's he wants to lower his shoulder and pick up a few more yards. He wants to make that explosive play that gets the crowd going. He wanted to do that stuff, and you always want to do that. But again, this year, you're the guy, and there's no you behind the starter this year. So your health is the most important thing to this team this season.
Young guys have egos. Young guys have big egos. They hear they catch a lot of shit. So you just got to be smart. That's all. Once again, I mean, and most of the times the guy's 6'4", BK, big dude like that, 130-some pounds, he's going to get away with it. It's not like when I say 180-pounder that's used to hitting him is going to get him and knock him out. That guy's gotten away with that for a long time. He's run over, believe me, he's run over more people that have run over him,
Right. Yeah.
So he knows who's good, who knows who's bad. There's a secondary guy in Ohio State's defense that he better not be trying to run over. Guy who's an All-American. That guy you avoid. But there's, I
mean, that's the thing. Arch maybe has some UTSD. The last game that Texas played, Arch Manning was in for one play against Ohio State. It was a fourth down late in the first half, and he did try to lower his head to pick up a few more yards.
Yes.
He got his bell rung, and we didn't see him for the rest of the game, and there were rumors that he suffered a concussion on that hit, and he damn near fumbled the ball. He did cough it up, but thankfully his knee had hit the ground like a split second before the ball did. But like against this team, that was like hey, you can't get away with that against this team. Maybe you can get away with that against Texas A&M when you're breaking tackles and getting into the end zone on that fourth down run. But against a team with athletes like this, dude, I don't think they have many 180-pounders at Ohio State. Those DBs are like 200. They're built. They are strong. And, yeah, they could knock you out.
You know what I mean. You know, just his athleticism. I mean, he's going to want to prove some things at times. Like you said, live to play another down.
Yeah, and it's like, last year, Arch is probably thinking, I'm being selfless. I'm being a great teammate by laying my body on the line and sacrificing myself to pick up these extra yards. This year, it's like the opposite. It's like, dude, you were that important to the team that you're being selfish if you're being reckless with your body because you're putting yourself in harm's way, and that might end our season. So get down, get out of bounds. Sorry if I'm being Ralphie's mom in A Christmas Story where I'm like putting 18 jackets on the kid.
Dude, if it doesn't matter what quarterback it is, you don't want your quarterback doing that anyway. You want your quarterback to make a play so that he can play another down. That's not being. I mean, that's not being Ralphie's mom. That's just smart. That's just smart business. But when you're one of those unbelievable athletes like this, you tend to take chances, knowing what kind of athlete you are and how you've been all your life.
Yeah, you just got to remember in this game in particular, and in the Georgia game, and in a couple of other games on Texas's schedule, that hey, you've probably been the best athlete just about everywhere you've been, but you're not the best athlete.
Until now.
Like Isidore Newman High School, yeah, you may have been the best athlete on your team. You may have been the best athlete in the whole district. That's great. And against some of the teams, hey, ULM, Mississippi State, you may have been the best athlete in those games that you played in last year. But this game against this team, yeah, no, you're
He'll
still
be
great.
smart. He knows how much his team needs him. He'll understand that.
I'm with you. I got faith.
Don't be surprised when he lets loose of one lowered shoulder deal. So I don't think anybody should be surprised at that. But he'll be smart enough. There just comes that time when you just think you're just a little bit better than that other guy, and you want to prove to people, I'm not going down. This guy is not the guy that's taking me down. So it'll happen. But like I said, he's won a lot more of those battles than he's lost against those type of players, I believe.
For sure. Time and place. And again, it's something that we've touched on. I think every Texas fan has touched on it. Like, you want Arch's legs to be a part of this offense this year.
Dude, I say that about my running backs. And I'm talking about guys who carry the ball for a living. There's just a time and place where, you're right there. You've already got 15-yard run. You don't have to prove anything to me when you're 2 yards from the sideline by lowering your shoulder on a guy for an extra 3. No, we got a first down. Just come over, run to the side, and see me. Don't even take that hit. I've had guys that would, I don't go total Franco Harris, you need 4 more yards for the first down, you run out of bounds, and later in his career. But I've had guys like Priest and Ricky who will know they've had a nice run. They don't lower their shoulder, with 1 yard, and, with the sideline like this. Why? Why are you getting ready to take that hit and slam into the turf? Stay upright, get out of bounds. Let's go back. We'll do it again.
Yeah. Interesting.
It's not just the quarterback. You got to be, all these guys have to be smart. The wide receivers have to be smart for the team. They're not used to taking on a bunch of hits. Why take it when you've already had a big play?
The long season. We need you out there.
Yes, it is.
You're hoping Texas is playing, again, another 16 or 17 games this year. So don't do anything in week 1 that's going to prevent you from being able to play in weeks 14, 15, 16, and 17.
And that's something we're damn near close to doing NFL games with college football.
Last year Texas played 16 games. So Obviously that's not an NFL regular season and postseason, but like for years that was an NFL regular season right there. So yeah. And again, we're talking about 24 or 28 teams in the college football playoff, which would make teams potentially be playing like 17 or 18 games in the future. But now they're getting compensated for it at least. So I think they're willing to play a couple of more to get the money that they were never able to legally get in years past.
And I'm still feeling good about Texas beating Ohio State. And I think Arch Manning's legs is going to be the difference in that game, along with a good solid run game. His legs are going to do things that are it's just going to make defenses really have to really, really work hard because he's got that sneakiness about him. I think he's got that awareness about him, about keeping the chains moving, keeping plays going, getting another play and another play. And the defense is a defense that will make Ohio State make another play. Okay, so you got a first down. Guess what? You didn't make a touchdown. You're going to have to go a long way. I mean, you're going to have to grind it out, and you're liable to make a mistake somewhere here or there with a new quarterback. And I think this defense will take advantage of that. So I'm excited. That's an exciting game coming up next week.
Oh, for sure. I don't care who's running the ball. Texas just has to run the ball more effectively than they did.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter which one of the running backs is having a hot day. I think Trey Wisner will be that guy. I think, and if you can get the other kid geared up to having a great season too, and it'll all be about this offensive line. I think the runners do what the runners do. The line has got to be there. That's where the difference has to come, because all of a sudden Trey Wisner is not going to become, in his second year after 1,000 yards, a bad runner. The offensive line has to be a better offensive line when it comes to the run game. So he's not taking a step back.
Well, there were 4 games last year, Buck, where Texas averaged 2 yards a carry or fewer.
That can't happen. That can't happen against anybody.
And one of the 4 games was against Ohio State, where Texas ran it 29 times as a team for 58 yards. So right on the nose at 2 per clip. And yeah, it just wasn't good enough right there. And you look at those 4 games, it was the 3 losses, right? The 2 Georgia games, the Ohio State game, and then the other one was the Arizona State game, which Texas needed 2 overtimes to beat Arizona State. They obviously needed a 4th and 13 miracle to win that game. So those were the 4 worst games that Texas played last year. And I would argue, outside of your rivalry games against OU and A&M, those were the 4 biggest games that Texas played in last year, and they couldn't run the ball effectively in any of them.
Right.
So, of course, that whole game came down to Texas not being able to run the ball in from the 1-yard line to tie the game. Late, they have to, I don't care if it's Arch. I mean, you want it to be Arch and Trey and CJ and everybody who gets a carry.
Yeah. I mean, you got to have I don't want to hear about execution. It just has to be the will of the guys going against the will of the other guys. And you have to win those battles in those type of games.
Yeah. And look, the good news is, Texas is replacing a bunch of guys on the offensive line. That's not the good news. The good news is Ohio State's replacing a bunch of guys from their defensive line.
Yes, they are.
JTT is gone. Voldemort is gone. I'm not even going to say that other guy's name. They lose Tyleek Williams, who was a top, I think, 50 or 60 draft pick as a defensive tackle last year. Like, they've got, more guys to replace on their team than Texas does, and they got a number of defensive linemen that they've got to replace too. So they'll be good there. Again, it's Ohio State. It's all 4 and 5 stars coming in, just like Texas. But that's the good thing, is that you're worried about what you've got in that matchup. Well, they've got some questions about what they've got in that matchup too.
Yeah, they have to have some continuity in their run game. That's the part that they have to do with a new quarterback. They have to be thinking the same exact way. We got to be able to run the ball against this Texas defense. They're pretty good on. They're thinking they're pretty good on defense, but we have to have our running backs with our new guys. I don't care if it's the Peoples or whoever, the kid from West Virginia. We have to get something going against it, because we can't spend all day trying to throw against Texas secondary with a brand new quarterback. That's not what they want. Yeah, they like to be, 50-50 or all the shit that the offensive coaches talk about. Oh, we want to – no. They know that they have to be able to run the ball also. And this is where Texas can make them burp it up a couple times in the run game and put the quarterback in a situation where he has to make the plays. Mm-hmm. That's what you want on the other side of the ball. Make him have to be the one to make the plays.
I got to go back.
Tell me, this Peoples kid's supposed to be pretty good. I can't wait to see what he's like.
I can. I don't want to see what he's like in game 1. I hope he looks like dog crap in game 1.
Oh yeah, they got to stuff that.
Yeah, that's
because they're thinking the same thing. We love to turn around and hand the ball off, where our quarterback doesn't have to be the hero. He's going to have to make some plays here or there, but Texas would love for him to be the guy that has to make all the plays.
Oh my God, it's 2 quarterbacks going into their first years as the starter, but obviously with Julian saying he's going into his first game as a starter.
Right.
So yeah, I think in Ohio State's perfect world, he only has to throw the ball like 20 times next Saturday.
Boy, I'd hate to see that.
That'd be a problem. That'd be a
yes,
problem.
It would be.
Texas run defense. I mean, 2 years ago it was 3rd in the country. Last year it was 12th in the country. You're hoping it's somewhere in that ballpark again this
Absolutely.
season. And obviously that group will be tested early against Ohio State. I got to find the stat. I got to do the research. Like it's probably a stat that goes well beyond Texas and, closely resembles every college football game that gets played. But it's pretty dramatic, like the Longhorns record when they're able to outrush their opponent. And even if it's just by like 5 yards, if they're just able to
not
win.
just in rivalry games, but in games, any game.
Yeah, like Ohio State only ran it for 81 yards as a team last year, which isn't a lot. That's not what killed Texas, right? Texas's defense showed up in that game outside of one freaking play. But the problem is, Texas ran it for 58 yards. So it's like you've got to win that rushing battle. Most of Texas's losses, you look at them, there aren't a lot over the last couple of years, but they've struggled to get the ground game going in those. So find a
Like
way.
I said, there are certain games where you as a group need to rush for 140, not one individual rushing for all that stuff, but as a group, as a combination of running backs and quarterbacks, you need to rush for 140, 150 total and be satisfied. When your whole gang is talking about, oh no, coach, I'm going to do that myself. You're talking about, no, you just do what you do. But I love for you guys as a group. At the end of the day, we rushed for 160 or 140 yards, and we won the game. And we were happy at the time we needed to make the running plays. We did it. So it's not always about rushing for 300 yards.
Well, considering they had 58 as a team last year,
absolutely.
I mean, you're talking about like tripling that number. So
absolutely,
I would sign up for. Part of me is like, I'll take like 110, 120 if you could get there.
Yeah, in this particular game with a group that you're probably going to get the ball, you're going to put them in some bad situations and the kind of people that they're missing. I would say I'd be looking for about 145 in this game. If you do that total against Ohio State, you ought to be right in the game right there.
Sure.
With them.
Yeah. Where do I sign? I mean, Texas is going to win the game, I think, if they're able to run the ball like that. And I know, like you said, those aren't the craziest numbers. I mean, Texas ran it for like 300 against Clemson last year. They ran it for basically 300 against A&M last year. They're capable of more. But, yeah, if you get to like 140, 150, I will feel very good about the Horns walking out of the shoe with the dub.
Right, and where they are with everything else and the way they play defense, I think you'd be right. You're in a game if you rush for 150 against Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Or Georgia, or anybody that you play, or some of these other teams that you're going to have to play in.
Yeah,
because there are going to be games you rush for 250 and 300, and we know that. But those are the games that matter against the Georgias of the world. Even going on the road in your first SEC game against a team like Florida, you need to be in that 180, 200 yards of rushing on the road.
Let me grab my handy-dandy Phil Steele here to give you the exact numbers in those games. Yeah, the first Georgia game, Texas ran it for 29 yards. The second Georgia game, they ran it for 31 yards. Big improvement, Buck. Big improvement.
Jeez.
In the Arizona State game, it was 53. The Ohio State game, it was 58.
No way. You can't win those games.
Yeah, and they lost 3 of those. And again, they needed a miracle 4th and 13 conversion to win the one that they did win.
So what you have to do. It's right there. The writing's right there. It tells you in those big games what you have to do and what you can't do, or you're going to lose, or you're going to lose the game.
Yeah, it's plain and simple. All right, we'll get to one more bit of sound from Arch Manning. We also have some audio from Anthony Hill and Michael Taft that we will dive into in hour number 2. Also, an interesting update on the Texas offensive line that isn't great, but hopefully it's no big deal. We'll talk about that. Plenty more football conversation, but first, a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Shout out to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, that wide variety of men's and women's clothing, Texas-themed items, along with books. They've got everything that you're looking for, collectibles, accessories, and more. And folks, when it comes to polos for the football season, they've got those. They've got plenty of golfing polos for you. They've got plenty of Longhorn polos, T-shirts, hats, of course. They do the caps. Love the caps, as a matter of fact. And Sue Patrick offers free shipping on products over $59 on online orders, free curbside pickup, of course, and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. And we'll see you there next week sometime, I'm sure. We'd love to have you come over before the games and get all those hats and all the gear that you need to start the season out with. But it's all season long at Sue Patrick, folks. As I said, you can go online at SuePatrick.com and find out more information and look at some of the things they have to offer you right there online. Plenty of jelly cats available. Jay says they got a big $1,200 jelly cat that I need to take a look at for my grandkids. Can they share that for $1,200? They should be able to share that, the love with that jelly cat. Or I could put it up here on the big taco and look at it, put my arm around it while I'm watching football.
Yeah, there you go.
It may be a dragon. I think you may have said it's the dragon again.
Next time you get on a plane, you can use that as your emotional support pet.
Yeah, I need to do that. Just sit it right there. Sit it on my lap.
You can shove that thing under the seat in
Under
front
the
of you,
seat?
can't you? Yeah.
$1,200 worth of jelly cat with people's feet around it. People would be sticking their feet on it, taking their shoes off and putting their feet on it. Nah. They are the jelly cat headquarters, by the way.
They are indeed, yeah. $1,200 jelly cat needs its own seat. You can't put that on your lap or store it above in the overhead compartment or anything like that. That's
hey, man, server, give me a blanket for my jelly cat.
Yeah, he wants some headphones too, please.
Yeah. I'll eat his pretzels. Give him pretzels. I'll eat his pretzels for him.
I'm flying back today. I'll report back on there's
there's going to be something. You're not coming through this unscathed. Something's going on today. Hopefully all the mechanical stuff, you get back on time and everything works out. But you'll have an episode. Some screaming baby. You've been around. And the baby, how's the baby?
Baby's great, man. Baby's great. She's tiny.
When you got a little preemie there, is the baby loud? Does it make a lot, or does it just make little sounds?
A lot of sounds like that, and a lot of squirrel sounding sounds. Don't you do a good like squirrel impression? Don't you do one of those?
That's my squirrel impression. I get squirrels to come up to me with that. I got a handful of nuts. I can get a squirrel to come over to me with that sound, with that little chirp like that.
If you got a handful of nuts, then I don't think you need any sounds to get the squirrel there. He just wants the nuts. And if you're grabbing a handful of his nuts, then I'm sure he'll be standing around for a while too. So all good on that.
I don't have many wild squirrels where I live here, brother. Too many animals around here. Cats will attack the squirrels. The dog will eat the squirrels. I got goats. I got the goats next to me though now.
Oh, there you go. Well, those are probably annoying and probably don't smell good.
You know what? They're not bad. They're not as bad as sheep. Sheep really smell. That's Champaign, Illinois. This time of the year, you can smell that while you're at practice. The heat and the smell of the sheep. Man, sheep shit is bad.
Yeah, I don't really like any shit, but sheep shit's high up on the bad power rankings.
It's on the top of my list of really smelly shit.
That's one of these days we'll get that full list on this show.
Now you got it.
Love it. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Shout out to AV Consultations as well. Again, we are 10 days away from Texas football. We are 3 days away from the return of college football. I don't think you're going to get on the schedule by this weekend, but if you call today, there's a chance you can get hooked up by next weekend. So by that Texas-Ohio State game, you are set up for the season. AV Consultations has been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. They've been around longer than I've been alive. And they can hook you up with a TV setup that you've always wanted. So if it's the 4-screen man cave like I have, if it's the giant 85-inch screen like the Buck has, if you want the home theater room with a huge projector and the badass Sonos surround sound speaker setup, they can do that too. Make your home the place to be for football season and for basketball season and for hockey season and for baseball season and for everything. We're about to hit the best time of the sports year. You don't want to spend all of your time driving around and spending money on gas and at the bars and at the restaurants. No, watch the stuff at home. You can do that with AV Consultations. Just give them a call and they will take care of the rest. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
And our good friends over at Hat Creek Burger, you know, we talk about, you know, Daymaker Cafe, but there are some Hat Creek Burgers that are having their pancakes and sausage this morning at 7 a.m. in some locations. But Hat Creek Burger, about the burger and about the fries. And as I told you the other day, I had those sweet potato fries. Very nice. Nice little combo with my double. That's right, the big hat. the big boy went with the big hat the other day. So
Mm.
love the folks at Hat Creek Burger. 25 locations throughout the state of Texas. Started right here in Austin. Love those Hat Creek burgers and love those shakes. For some of you, can't have one until Thanksgiving though. Got to hold back on the shakes.
The shakes are fantastic. I'll talk
Mm.
about those. They're ridiculous at Hat Creek Burger Company. You can't go there and not get one.
I know.
It's you can replace the soda. You should be drinking Olipop instead of their soda. Anyways,
Absolutely.
just get you a shake. Get you a milkshake next time you're
Oh.
there, and thank us later. It's good
Dude,
stuff.
I've been holding on to that. My wife was out of town for 8 days, and I just said, I'm not going to do the ice cream thing. I don't know what's harder, not having ice cream or not drinking. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, I go and I'm driving by places and I said, oh, they got a good shake. Oh, there's Hat Creek. They got a great shake over there. Hey, there's Amy's. Oh, how about a little scoop real quick? I mean, what is that? The sandwich place that I told you, Jason's Deli with the free soft ice cream. I can't even go in Jason's Deli. I can't even go in there now.
That's brutal. Yeah, you got to get that little soft serve cone at Jason's Deli if you're going in there. That's a must.
I can't even go into the place. I have to go through drive-through now. If I go there, I can't go actually in there and see that machine over there.
Yeah,
Because I told you last time I went there, I told the guy who was in the drive-through, I said, you know what? You'd be special to me if you got me some ice cream. He goes, you want it in a cup? And that dude came out with this big, huge cup for me. I was like, that was the last ice cream I had. I'm thinking, damn, I can't go into that place. But I'll slide over to that machine with a little cone. Man, he gave me like a big sundae serving of it. It was crazy.
That's a good way to end it right there. If that's going to be your last bit of ice cream for a while, that's a good way to go out.
Thanksgiving, brother. Somebody's in for it because I'm stopping by Amy's and bringing a 5-gallon bucket wherever I'm going.
5-gallon bucket to shit in after you eat?
No, 5-gallon bucket of ice cream.
Oh, sorry. Nice.
No.
That's gonna be awesome. All right, back to the Texas Longhorn football conversation. We got more sound from the quarterback. Here's Arch Manning talking about the things that he's been working on with the coaches and just working on by himself this offseason.
I think continuing to make practice like a game and play the situations and get as many game reps in practice as possible, whether it's not taking a sack or throwing the ball away, stuff like that I got to continue to do.
Yeah, those are those little things that quarterbacks, you got to practice dumping the ball off. You can't throw it behind the runner. I mean, you got to throw everything in front, throw it at their feet. Can't overthrow guys trying to get rid of the ball into the hands of other guys. So those things can be practiced at practice,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, making practice.
They don't get to hit you at practice as the quarterback. You got that red jersey on, so they don't hit you. But if you're going to be when you're going to be hit, and when you have to get rid of the ball and protect the football too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, make practice feel more like the game, right? That's the closest thing you can do right now. Texas will have one more scrimmage coming up this weekend, but then it's obviously game week, and then boom, the first game when you'll be hit, and there's not a lot of ramping up time this year because we know who the first opponent is. So, throwing it away again, protecting yourself. That goes to the bit of sound that we played earlier today. Just doing the things to protect yourself. Live for another down. That's what Arch Manning is seemingly trying to do. And I thought it was interesting. I didn't cut this up because it was such a short answer, but Arch Manning was kind of asked about, how camp was going for him so far. And he said he wasn't very good early on. He said it was a rough start to camp for him, and it took him a while to get some things going. And, it feels a lot better about where he is right now. And it sounds like the entire offensive unit has come a long way as we've gotten further and further along in camp. But Arch Manning pretty candid yesterday saying that, he didn't have the start that he wanted to have. But again, it sounds like he's picked it up, and that rest of that side of the football has done the same.
He's used to have it. He's used to being with that second group and going down there and lighting up the first team guys when he's showing them looks and everything. Last year when he spent so much time playing against a lot of those guys, with the line that he has right now, he's used to kind of lighting them up. All of a sudden he comes and he's the starter, and that first group is coming at him like nobody's business. And of course the defense I always think they have more of an advantage early, whether it's the spring or, 2-a-day camps. And that's not that much fun. But like I said, the head coach has made it so he's had some success, and he'll continue to have more success. Plus, he'll he'll start to see some things because they're going to have to line up and do some things that Ohio State does. So he'll get familiar with some of the Ohio State stuff that they'll do too, which will be good for him. He'll have his
For sure.
success.
For-
I wouldn't
for sure.
expect him to come out and tell me how he lit them up. Been lighting them up for a year down at the other fields, you know?
Yeah, going up against the backups.
Oh, yeah. Now those
Yeah.
backups are starters. They're a little bit different now.
Yeah, well, that Texas defense, I mean, they do have a lot of starters from last year who are still starters this year.
Right.
And, we talked about it yesterday. Texas had 3 players named to the preseason AP All-America first team. So, there's some studs on that side of the ball, and it should be one of the best units in America this year. So what a way to test your mettle and what a way to get up to speed going up against that group every single day.
Absolutely.
Here's a bit of sound. Here's Michael Taft talking about Arch Manning. So we've got Michael Taft and Anthony Hill both weighing in on how Arch is looking. We'll start with Michael Taft. Here's what he said about what Arch Manning is doing right now.
He's got really good days, and he's got days where we win. I would say today he had a really good day. I looked over one of the guys. I was like, dang, we're getting our butt whooped right now. So he finds his guys. He loves the vertical threat, but he also understands that if you throw it to a running back in space, he's going to get 10 yards once he breaks a tackle. So he's super mature.
Super mature in where he's throwing the ball. Yeah, get that guy the ball who can get you 10 yards. You're going to have your days. He's telling him he had his day today, but we've had ours too.
So you and I took that answer differently, right? You went to the, just take the check down when you have it. That's good. I'm glad he's learning that. It's a great thing for a quarterback to have. And I'm like, he loves the vertical threat. Oh, yes. That's awesome. Give me the deep shot.
He's going to throw the ball. He'll throw the ball down the field. Yeah. Just for the sake of the running backs themselves being able to catch the ball out of the backfield, which tells me he throws a nice ball to those guys sliding out of the backfield when they've got 10, when they're going to get 10, the one-on-ones with the guys out there in the secondary or the one-on-ones with the linebackers. But when you can throw it for 40, go ahead and throw it.
Yeah. Look, take what the defense gives you, right? If the deep shot isn't there, then don't try to force something into double or triple coverage just for the slim chance that it actually works. And if the check down's there, you've got great running backs who can pick up a few yards, like you said, in open space and get you a positive play. But that's like the biggest complaint, I think, for Texas fans from the Quinn Ewers era of Texas football is this offense just wasn't good enough with the downfield passing attack. They didn't have enough explosive plays through the air. Quinn Ewers just didn't throw an accurate enough deep ball. And that's something last year. Like I was Team Quinn. I agreed with Sark's decision to start Quinn every game that he was healthy. But there was one thing that you couldn't deny, at least I couldn't deny, and I think most Longhorn fans agreed with me. Arch Manning threw a better deep ball than Quinn Ewers last year. And you would think that has gotten even better, obviously, with the full off season as being the starter going into this year. So I like hearing that Arch is willing to take that vertical shot, and hopefully, it ends up being more efficient than what it's been in the last couple of years. Because Quinn would try it. Yeah. Quinn would try it from time to time. It's not like he never took chances down the field. It's just his.
He just never seemed to have the arm strength, and then after he got hurt, he really didn't have the arm strength to get it down there.
Yeah, and look, those aren't high percentage plays. I don't care who you have playing quarterback, but with Quinn, it felt like that never was a consistent enough part of the Texas offense. With Arch, again, you're not being ridiculous. You're not out on the schoolyard just chunking it up 50 yards downfield on every play saying, F it, Ryan Wingo's down there somewhere. But it's so those are game-changing plays, Buck. 50-yard touchdowns, 60-yard touchdowns, 40-yard plays. They don't even have to be touchdowns. Like those giant chunk plays, they just they could totally flip a game up on its head. And it'd be nice to, again, have that as a more consistent part of Steve Sarkisian's. Like, I think about what Mac Jones did at Alabama in 2020. Like, Mac Jones didn't have the best arm in the world by any stretch.
He had some long chunk plays.
But he could throw a deep ball. And obviously, Bama had some incredible receivers that year. I don't think Texas has those this year. But, that was a huge part of that offense. Why that offense was so good, yeah, they were consistent. They could methodically move the ball. They could run the ball. I mean, they did pretty much everything right that year. But they just had so many explosive plays through the air, even in the national championship against Ohio State, funny enough. Just big play after big play after big play. And that's how you put up 50 points in a national title game right there. Like
Yeah,
that's
and I think we'll see a lot of Jack entries early at Ohio State. Uh, I think that Arch will prove that this is one of his main guys too. This tight end position, the tight end position last year was fabulous. I think this tight end is going to be used an awful lot, and that gets you down the seam kind of ball. That I got worried Quinn in the pocket. You're going to see that late. Are you going to float one in there? You got to zip that ball in there. I think this kid's he's going to throw the ball to the tight end, and it's going to be in the tight end's hands in a hurry.
Yeah. I mean, those won't be the deep shots, right? Those will be the more shorter and intermediate routes that you're talking about.
I'll take the 15 and 20 yards down the guts when a tight end's running down there and you can hit him in the seam.
Yeah, I've never complained about a 15, 20-yard gain. So,
no,
yeah, my thoughts on Jack Andrews. I think he's going to be a big part of this Texas offense. But I think Sark's going to take the training wheels off of Arch Manning. I don't even know if he's had him on, to be perfectly honest with you. But I don't think it's going to be hey, don't throw the ball down the field. I think a lot of these plays are, hey, your first read is the deep ball. And if the deep ball was there, take it. If you feel like it's going to work, take your chance. And then if it doesn't, then all right, maybe flip over to Jack Andrews and then, go through your reads, through your progressions. And then, all right, find Trey
we'll
Wisener.
See if they have the guys that can do that besides Wingo. We'll see if those other guys are in tune with him and these deep balls.
Yeah. And I can't remember if I said this stat on the air, but Texas had 10 plays last year, Buck, of 50 or more yards in the entire season. Arch Manning was responsible for 5 of those 10 plays. Arch Manning started 2 games. Quinn Ewers started 14. So, again, I know Quinn Ewers was playing against a lot of better teams in some of his starts than Arch did. But one of those plays was the 67-yard touchdown run that Arch Manning had. And then he had a bunch of deep shots down the field. Oh, by the way, that does not include the Jonte Cook drop against Mississippi State, which kind of was the beginning of the end, or maybe the end of the end for Jonte Cook at Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Like that beautifully thrown deep ball over the middle. That should have been more than a 50-yard touchdown play for Texas. So, yeah, Arch Manning, again, small sample size, but he had half of Texas's 50 or more yard plays last year, which is just insane.
I'd be interested to see what they were like in the first semifinal year, what they were like with the receivers that they had then. I bet you Quinn pushed that ball down the field a little bit.
You watched it. Why do you have to bet? What do you mean? You saw what happened.
I mean, it's just I'm talking about the receivers themselves getting down the field, the type of players that they have. I mean, do you think that they'll have similar type of receivers or better, or do you think this receiving core will be better as a whole?
Well, I don't think the receivers were the problem in 2024. I think, part of it was Quinn was the problem. And I think injury had a lot to do with it, right? I don't think he ever fully recovered from that oblique injury that he suffered, and maybe that impacted his deep ball throwing ability.
It didn't matter who was getting down the field. He couldn't get it down there anyway.
Yeah. I mean, Matthew Golden, how fast was he at the combine, right? He was the fastest guy at the combine this year. Isaiah Bond's incredibly fast. Like Silas Bolden can move. So, yeah, I don't think it was like the receivers just, were they as good as Worthy and Mitchell? I don't know, but I don't think it was like they're not fast enough to go down the field and get open kind of thing. I think a lot of it had to do with just Quinn not being as good at that last year. For this year, I think this wide receiver room, when healthy, is deeper than what Texas had last year, but it's going to take some time. Like, I'm with you. I think I feel better about the receiving group than you do right now.
Yeah.
But until I see it out there, like if you ask me right now, do I think Texas is going to have a first-round pick at wide receiver this year? My answer would be no. Now, part of that has to do with Ryan Wingo having to come back to college for another year because he's only a sophomore. But, Texas, the last 2 years, they've had 3 top 2-round draft picks at wide receiver. I don't know if they're going to have any this season.
Yeah, I mean, is more a NFL type of wide receiver. In my mind, I don't know yet. I just his disappearance with that foot injury really kind of hampers my thoughts about what kind of receiver he really is, because remember, he came out of nowhere. I mean, to me, he just came out of nowhere, and totally it was a pleasant surprise. But then when he disappeared, I'm wondering, can he get back to coming out of nowhere again?
Yeah,
is he good enough to do that? Which to me,
know.
if he was continuing on the path he was at, he would be no worse than a third-round pick at the wide receiver position. But is he better than that even if he stays totally healthy? That's what, is he consistent enough to be that kind of guy?
DeAndre Moore didn't have a great second half of the season. He did have 9 catches for 114 yards and a touchdown against Georgia in the SEC title game. So, that's a defense loaded with NFL talent every single year.
Absolutely right.
And DeAndre Moore was able to ball out. He was one of the few bright spots that Texas had offensively in that game. So, yeah, I mean, he burst on the scene last year. Look, he had no catches in his first year of college football, so nobody really knew what to expect from him. And, yeah, most of his numbers were put up in the first half. But, again, he did do some things. He had at least 2 catches in every playoff game, and obviously had that mammoth postseason game against Georgia. So, yeah, I think with a good year, is DeAndre Moore a first-round wide receiver? No, but I think, like you said, he could be a day 2. He's draft eligible after this season. He could come back, but he is draft eligible after this season. So if he puts it all together, I mean, this is a guy, whether you think it's ridiculous or not, he's confident in his own abilities. We played the sound a couple of weeks ago on the show. He's his goals are to, win the Biletnikoff. And he wants to break Jordan Shipley's single season touchdown record at Texas. And he wants to go for 1,200 yards this season. So if he does all of those things, again, those are very lofty predictions for yourself, for anybody.
Yeah, but I like a guy to be that confident. Yeah, because as I said, we hardly ever knew you originally. Right. Where did you come from? I mean,
he was a high 4-star recruit, but yeah, I mean, it's just Jonte Cook didn't work out, so boom, here you go. Here's your opportunity to play.
And that's why you recruit those guys. Yeah, if you're recruited here, as I said, if you're recruited here and you can't catch, why the hell did you get recruited here? He was one of those guys recruited, so obviously he could do it all. And those are the type of players that they recruit.
Absolutely. All right, one more bit related to Arch Manning here. We played Michael Taff talking about Arch Manning. Now we have Anthony Hill, another guy on this Texas defense, going up against Arch every day at practice. Here's Ant Hill talking about what Arch is doing well at practice.
He's been doing a good job extending plays with his legs, breaking out the pocket and extending the plays. The receiver's been doing a good job of working with him and catching some of these deep balls and some intermediate passes.
Yeah, if you overrun him and you get up the field and there's nothing around, he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
He will he'll extend the play to throw the ball, but he'll also take off and run. Boy, that's going to put defenses in a bad situation, brother.
Yeah, it'd be nice. And he can move, too.
Yes.
Everyone saw what he did in that UTSA game. And, yeah, it's UTSA. But, look, 21 miles an hour, that's pretty fast. You can run away with some people with that speed. So, I'm excited to see that element of the Texas offense. And I also like hearing the scramble drill. They're getting better at the scramble drill. That's okay. You extend plays. It doesn't mean you have to take off and run. You roll out, you extend some plays, and if you and your receivers are in cahoots, then all right, you could make a big play in the passing game down the field, even after a play breaks down.
Absolutely.
That's something I would like to see more of this year. Those are electrifying plays, and those are demoralizing plays for a defense because it's like, oh man, our pass rush is working. We're getting you scrambling. The play's breaking down.
Do we come up? Do we go back? What do we do with this guy?
Yeah, then all of a sudden, you throw a dart down the sideline or you lob something over a defender who's coming after you to try to sack you. And it's like, that's another thing that you didn't quite have consistently in this offense the last 3 years.
No, you did not.
Hopefully you will have this year. So like that, the scramble drill is working a little bit for Arch Manning. All right, more sound from Michael Taff and Anthony Hill. Let's focus on the defensive side of the ball. It's the position those guys play, after all. Here's Michael Taff, talking about whether or not this Texas defense can be better this year than they were last year.
It can, really? Sure it can. Well, I mean, Jade and Makuba, Barron, AC Vern, all those guys were really good, so it's hard to replace those guys. But when you got Anthony Hill a year older, Leongo Lafau a year older, Colin Simmons a year older, myself, Jelani, Manny, Gilbo, Kobe Black, and then you add guys, I think, you can be better for sure.
Yeah, he knows what he's missing.
He understands from that.
Well, he
That,
understands what he's missing, but he understands that they still got some really, really good players. I mean, he didn't just, he understands that the players that they recruited now have been with those guys, so they should be, they should be up to snuff of big games, big experiences, and learned a lot from the guys who were there before. So it'll be interesting to see. I think they're really talented. They're talented all over the place, but I think there'll be much more of a pass rush, so that helps out that secondary even more.
for sure. Well, those guys are tough to replace. There's no doubt about it, and they meant a lot to this Texas defense. But like you said, I mean, they're loaded with talent, and they recruited incredibly well. And
Absolutely.
obviously, a lot of the transfer portal additions that they added were on that side of the ball, and those guys are going to be key contributors early and throughout the season. So it's a group. It's again, we're talking about a team that had the number one defense in the sport for the majority of last season. And, they ended up top 10 in pass defense and top 12 in rush defense and top 5 in scoring defense. And it didn't matter what metric you were looking at. Texas was pretty much elite on that side of the ball last year. So that's, you always wonder, even if everybody was back from last year's team, Buck, you would wonder, okay, can you replicate all of that success? Then you lose everything that Texas had. But I don't know. I like hearing that Michael Taft is like, sure we can. We can absolutely be better than what we had last year. Yeah, we lose those guys, but have you seen these guys? These guys are incredibly talented too. So,
Oh yeah, that's fine. I wish you could have them all back. You're not allowed to do that though.
no, they don't let you do that.
I'd be even higher if that were to happen, but I know that's not it. But I know the guys that were behind them were pretty good. A lot of those guys got a lot of chances to play. So, and as I said, that's the way they recruit. That's what you should expect from Texas. That next group is going to be just as good. They're not taking these big drop-offs. Like other teams can do things for a couple of years, then they'll take a drop. Now, everybody has a bad year here or there, but you can't have these massive drop-offs. And this team's too talented for that. And the staff and the recruiting is too good for it.
Right. Yeah, you want to reload and not rebuild. That's the sign of a good, consistent program, and that's what Texas is trying to be. And again, they did that last year. They proved last year that they were able to withstand the loss of a bunch of talent from 2 years ago, and they had an even better season last year, even though they were in a tougher conference in 2024. Yep. So you got to keep proving that time after time after time, and that's going to help you earn the respect around the country and have people talking highly about you every single year. One of those things, Buck, that made the Texas defense so good was communication, right? It just felt like, especially in the secondary, so different from 2023. The secondary was the worst part of Texas in 2023, and it cost them in their 2 losses. Of course, the college football playoff loss to Washington, and last year, going into the CFP, it was the best pass defense in America. It ended at number 7, but again, in a sport with 133 teams, you're not going to complain about.
No, you can make me feel good. If you're in the top 15, I feel pretty good about your defense.
I'm with you on that. Yeah, here's Michael Taft talking about the communication a little bit, right? How communication is working in practice right now and how you feel that chemistry is coming along, not only with the secondary, but with everybody on the D.
Everybody's talking really loud. Everybody's communicating. And the best thing that's happening right now is there's no arguments on the field. So, I'm wrong at times. And whenever I'm wrong, if I'm yelling the loudest or I see it first, we just play that. It might be wrong, but if we're all right, if we're all wrong, we're all right, So Ant might call it. I might call it. Manny might see it. Jelani D. Will. Grayson might see it. Wardell might see it. Leonga, those type of guys. So Burke might even see something on the edge. So whatever somebody says first, we're just going to play it, and that's what I want.
Yeah, they all have enough experience that they don't need to have one guy who understands. They all understand now. They understand what this defense is about. So if there's somebody sees something, they're going to say it. They're not going to be afraid to let the other guy know that, there's a little bit different look right here. So, and that's important. Just those small, subtle things when you got a bunch of experienced guys back there now who are not looking for one guy to tell them what to do every time. Now they all have a little piece of the action. They're a part of the defense.
Mm-hmm. You could kind of tell that Michael Taft's been communicating by his lack of voice, right?
Oh, yeah, screaming and hollering at guys, yeah.
Had to clear his throat.
He's got to do that.
Yeah, had to clear his throat like DJ Cool 4 or 5 different times in that 30 to 35 second cut that we just played. So a guy can barely talk. That's how much he's been yelling and trying to communicate and make sure that everybody is on the same page. And yeah, that's to me maybe the scariest part of this entire defense. And it doesn't scare me that much because I still think the secondary is going to be really good. I think they're too talented not to be. And, I think that highly of Dwayne Aquina, that even though the Longhorns lost both of their coaches in the secondary, I'm like, I think they maybe have even upgraded there. But I do just wonder about that communication on the back end because everybody knows the story that Michael Taft and Andrew Makuba and Jade Barron, well, they're all Central Texas kids. They've all trained with the same trainer for a long time. They've all been friends for a long time. So even though last year was the only year all three of those guys were teammates in college, they've had chemistry that expands for a decade. So you could see that on the field every single Saturday. That you can't go back to 2023 where everyone's just pointing around and like, oh, who screwed this up? What's going on? Why is this that cannot be. You can't be close to where you were in that year.
No, Manny Muhammad is got to be one of those leaders back there, and he's got to be the leader for all these guys, whether it's corner or safety. He's got to be one of the. I mean, he's one of the better athletes back there, and he's got to show that. And his experience is going to help an awful lot because I thought he was fabulous until the end last year, where he just, when things went downhill, he didn't gather himself and things just kept going downhill. But boy, he was fantastic most of the year. I thought he played well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, Texas, they got experience. They've got talent, right? Like the guys you're replacing your starters with, they've got a lot of experience under their belt.
Yes.
I mean, Derek Williams Jr. is going into his third year. Jelani McDonald's an upperclassman now. Obviously, Michael Taft coming back is going into year 5. Manny Muhammad's going into his third year as the starter. Like Jalen Gilbo, who's probably your other starting corner on the outside. He's going into year 4. So it's, your depth, you've got a lot of freshmen and sophomores there, but maybe your projected starting 5, if you will, in the secondary.
Yeah, they're older guys who have played,
yeah, and not just like played in mop-up duty either, like played in big games and significant roles. So that's going to make the transition hopefully a little bit easier and make the absence of Jade Barron and Andrew Makuba not felt nearly as much because those guys were great. You wonder about takeaways because those dudes both had 4 interceptions to lead the Longhorns last year. They were a big part of why Texas led the nation in INTs. So
I think the rush is going to cause a lot of takeaways. Rush is going to cause a lot of takeaways. I think the rushers are going to get strip sacks and things like that too.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you too. Yeah, and I think Derek Williams is one of those guys. I mean, Texas has some ball hawks on the back end too, but I'm with you. A great edge room, great linebacking room. I think that's going to translate into a bunch of takeaways as well for the Horns this year. So there you go. One more bit of sound, Buck, unless there was something you want to add right there.
Oh, no. Go ahead, buddy.
All right. Here's Anthony Hill. One more from him. He was asked if he thinks about the way the last 2 years ended. Of course, Texas right on the brink of back-to-back trips to national championship games and came up just short in both of those semis. Here's Ant Hill being asked about if he thinks about the way the last 2 years ended as he gets his preparation going for this year.
We think about it. I mean, how could you not think about it losing in those games back to back? But then again, we want to focus on day by day and not think about the national championship. We got to go win week 1 before we can go think about winning week 16. So I'm just taking it week by week and just make it. Then we can look back and think about all that stuff when we get to the SEC championship and that stuff. Then we can focus on that type of stuff.
Yep, just you can think about it, but you can't dwell on it. You just got to be better. There's something that you can do that make it even better. The result has to be better. So that's the stuff that you're working on right now. So when you get to that point, it doesn't happen again.
Yeah,
you're on the winning side of that game, so that you make it to the finals. Yeah, he knows. He understands what it's going to take to get to that next level. They've been there. They've prepared themselves, and they've gotten that far the last 2 years. Now it's just what is that next step that we have to do? There's something in the steps that we have to do besides doing what we did to get to that spot. What is it that we have to do that takes us over that hump? That's the part that they already been to semifinal games. They understand what that's about. It's just getting to the final game.
Yeah, you can't change the past, but you can use the past to shape your future, right? And that's what Texas has to do. And hopefully, whether they're publicly admitting it or not, those games are serving as motivation, right? We just got to work a little bit harder to win the SEC championship game this year. Not just get there, but like, what do we need to do, every single day to make sure that we're going to win that game in December? And then, what do we need to do to make sure we're going to win that game in
Yeah, you don't
January
want
to
to be
get
there.
to the championship?
You'd love to get there 3 times, but you don't want to get to that spot and lose again and not get to that. If you've gone there 3 times, there's something that's missing in everybody's DNA. You have to change that. That has to be changed.
Mm-hmm.
And it may be the smallest of things, BK. It may not even be a big thing, but they need to, they need to try to get all that done before that time comes. So when that game comes, there's no reason why you don't go on to the next game,
That's it. And I think Ant Hill said the right things there, right? Like, we got to focus on right now. We're taking it day by day. We're taking it week by week. And like, obviously you slip up early in the season a couple of times, then you don't get to play in those games that we're talking about. So you can't overlook it. But that's, I don't know if they're saying it in that locker room or not.
Yeah, they're not spending their time thinking about that part. There's too many things that are happening today, tomorrow, the next day, leading up to game 1 before them, worrying about what the end of the season. Hell, they didn't even begin the season.
Dude, I'm a fan, and I think about that Ohio State game every single day. Like, I wasn't on the field. I didn't put in, hours upon hours for months, like, preparing for that type of opportunity, only to come up short. And it haunts my nightmares. So it's got to. Those guys are so ultra competitive. It's got to be sticking around with them.
Oh, it kills that offensive line, coach. I guarantee you that.
No, the coaches for sure, the players. I mean, it's again, whether it's talked about every day, any day, who knows? But that's something that almost doesn't have to be said. Like, not happy with what happened the last time we played these guys, and we're not happy the last time we played in this type of game. So let's change that.
How is the offensive line be? How is everybody healthy enough? I mean, is the left tackle, is he playing, or they put him in bubble wrap to make sure that everything's good with him? Is he tweaked anything?
Let's get to that. Let's get to that in a moment. We do have an offensive line update to talk about. We also have the latest with the Micah Parsons negotiations in Dallas. Spoiler alert, it's not good. But before we get to that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, folks. When you're needing that alcohol, when you need to have that alcohol delivered to you, you're having a big party, call on the guys that are wholesale distributors, or go on by the store at 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol, all your liquid needs over at 34 Wine and Spirits. And there you'll find the #1 beer in the galaxy. I think it's the galaxy now. And that'd be Altstadt Beer in all its varieties, as a matter of fact. Saw the truck there yesterday.
There we go. Yep. Shout out to
loading
Altstadt
all
Beer.
of that galaxy, all of that Star Wars type of beer right there.
Giant 18-wheeler pulling up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. God, I kind of want to hijack that truck just so I can get all the Altstadt beer inside.
You need to get back to town. That's what you need.
I might sleep in that thing, I feel like I could put a little air mattress in the middle of that truck bed, and boom, we're set. I got all the beer I need. Hopefully they have a power outlet or something. I could plug in a mini fridge to keep the Altstadt cold. But now we're talking right there. Truck full of Altstadt. That's the dream. You want to see one of those tipped over on the side of the highway.
Whoa.
I hope everyone's okay. But yeah, it's you grab the free stuff. It's good stuff right there. Love the Altstadt. It's my beer of choice. And yeah, I'd pay for it. I'm willing to pay for it. It's that good. I'd pay double for it. It's that good. Altstadt is the best beer that you could find in the galaxy, and we're lucky enough to have it all across the great state of Texas. So if you're getting ready for football season, we got games coming up this weekend. You got tailgates, you got watch parties. Maybe you're just sitting on your couch for week 0. Load up with Altstadt beer, a bunch of different brews. Again, something for every beer drinker out there. And every Altstadt is brewed without preservatives, without additives, without any unnecessary filler ingredients. But it is brewed with a lot of TLC, and it is fantastic. If you haven't tried Altstadt yet, you are missing out. Get you some to get ready for the football weekend and the entire football season. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And folks, head on over to the Lee Kitchen and Tavern for a little lunch. How about teriyaki glazed pork chop for lunch today? Cobb salad, all-day breakfast. If you're interested in breakfast at 3 o'clock, you can have that at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern. 4 great locations: Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch. Chef-inspired comfort food made from scratch each and every day. All these all these local products that they have, and happy hour every day from 3 to 6. Wine, you get $2 off a glass of wine. How about all these beer specials that they have, and $1 off your cocktails at happy hours there. And the happy hour is from 3 to 6 each and every day. Tomorrow's a big day. Prime to wine, prime rib special there with half off of bottles of wine on Thursday with a great prime rib dinner at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to the Lee Kitchen and Tavern, and also shout out to Hecht Law Firm as well, your go-to personal injury attorney in Central Texas. Well, that's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, who's going to fight for you every step of the way. So if you or somebody you know gets hurt in a car accident, gets injured on the job, any sort of personal injury, reach out to my man Hurricane Hecht. He's a friend of the show, guy who's been a friend of mine for over a decade, but he is a fighter for the people, and he is going to work to get you every dollar that you deserve. Don't let the insurance companies push you around. You're dealing with enough trying to get your life back on track after a serious injury. Let Ryan Hecht get you, again, the money that you deserve. The Hurricane will flood your pockets with cash. He's the best at what he does. Just give him a call, 512-938-8929, or you can find out more information online at his website, hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, I had a neighbor leave a little note for me. What was that? What was this? What's the name of the air conditioning place that you guys deal with? He listens to the show periodically, and I let him know Woods Comfort Systems. So if that air conditioner is not working properly, because it's been hot, you're about to come back, BK, to some hot madness back here. Humidity's up. You know, a lot of people's air conditioning systems getting taxed. Everybody wants it colder in their home, and with the folks at Woods Comfort System, they'll get it to the degree that you want it to be, and it'll stay there for sure. They do a fantastic job. Their technicians are magnificent. They'll come out twice a year, whether it's for your air conditioning unit or your plumbing unit, or it's time to winterize your home. Call on Woods Comfort Systems. They've been in Central Texas for close to 70 years. Nobody does it better than Woods.
No, they don't. WoodsComfortSystems.com. Not to brag, and I don't think anybody really cares about the weather in Corvallis, Oregon.
Oh, how is it?
Well, it's been incredible while I've been here. I mean, high temperatures in the upper 70s and low 80s.
That's not even fair.
But it's crazy. So I'm leaving today. I'm flying back basically right after our show. And the high temperature tomorrow up here is 92. The high temperature on Friday here is 99.
Get the hell out of there.
97 on set. Yeah, it's like a heat wave is coming here. And for this place, I mean, that is incredibly hot. People are going to be losing it. You know, in Texas, we're kind of used to it. We hate it, but we still live our lives and go outside and play golf and this, that, and the other. Up here, it's extreme heat watch. Anytime it hits like 90, it's called extreme heat watch, and everybody like stays inside and does absolutely nothing. It's hilarious.
Man, oh man. And fools like me are out there and it's 98 playing golf. Old food.
Man,
well, not really. By the
here.
way, there weren't many people on the course yesterday, as I told you. You didn't see groups of people. You weren't held up at all. Nobody was holding up. Yeah, only the idiots that get to play golf for free are out there playing at 1:00 in the afternoon. The smart ones that belong to clubs, they go play when we're doing a show. By the time we're done, they're done.
Yeah, they're out there at 5 or 6 in the morning, like as soon as sunlight.
Creeps,
they're out there. That's the way to do it right now.
I don't know what it's like to play a round of golf at 7:00 in the morning. I've never been that guy.
Yeah, it's nice. Let me tell you, it is nice.
Wow.
It's one of the things I miss about doing the afternoon show is you can get a whole round of golf before you go into work. It's a nice life right there. All right, you asked about the Texas offensive line.
Yes, sir.
I think this is nothing. I sure as hell hope this is nothing, but it's enough to where I feel like I have to bring it up. You asked about the left tackle in particular. That's Trevor Gooseby. Apparently, Trevor Gooseby is nursing a finger injury. You know, we mentioned it, and I think we played the sound from Steve Sarkisian on Monday's show where, you know, Trevor Gooseby is one of the 3 guys who got nicked up in that scrimmage. That was the exact verbiage that Sark used. And he said, well, you know, those guys left, but if it was an actual game, all 3 of them could have come back and played. And Trevor Gooseby was one of those 3. Well, Gooseby did not practice yesterday. So maybe it's a little bit more than what Steve Sarkisian was leading us to believe. Not great. And Texas was working on some contingency plans. Like they had Neta Umeozulu, who's this team's starter at left guard. He was getting some reps at left tackle. They had Brandon Baker, who's supposed to be this team's starting right tackle, getting some reps at left tackle. Jaden Chapman was out there. He's the guy who's been getting a lot of run at left tackle recently. So he's out there as well. And it's, again, cross-training is not abnormal for Texas. This is what Kyle Flood has done for years. And hopefully it's just that, like, okay, in case of emergency, here's what we're going to have to do if Trevor Gooseby actually goes down.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
he's dealing with something small, Buck.
yeah. I hope it's small. I hope it's a finger injury, not a hand injury.
Yeah. And
you start talking about the hand and the wrist for a guy out there that's got to stick that big paw up there. I can tape those fingers together for some dislocations. I can get away with that. The hard part is the hand injury. If it's a hand injury and not a finger injury, they'll say a finger injury, but they really mean it's my hand that's screwed up. That's not good.
All right. Well, I don't know. I'm going off of insider reports right now that it's a finger. We didn't really get much clarification from Sark in his most recent press conference. But yeah, I don't think it's anything. I'm going to trust Sark and take him at his word that, like, it's not a big deal. And if it was an actual game, he'd be out there right now. But that's a spot where Texas cannot afford another injury. They've already had one that is, already hurt their depth that they didn't have a lot of before Andre Kojo went down. If Trevor Gooseby or Brandon Baker or Nick Brooks, if any of those guys get hurt, then, you obviously have bodies, but on paper, there is a pretty serious drop off.
Yeah, I need those guys showing up for game. I need that guy showing up for game one. Finger, toes, ankles, that guy got to show up for game one.
Yeah.
Just tape it up, spit on it and tape it up and let's go.
Spit on it. Does that work?
Yeah, it works sometimes.
All right. Well, that's fine. Do it. Spin on it.
Yeah,
Whatever it
some
takes.
Of those guys have some weird little injury. When you get your hands up a lot of times, other guys hit your hand, you end up with these dislocated fingers, and you got to wrap those things up, two of them together, and just move along. A lot of those guys aren't used to that. They're used to their hands being, kind of free. They've never had dislocations or screwed up fingers, but they're always, they're on the ground a lot. They get tripped up a lot. They fall awkwardly. So that's why I wonder if it's finger or a hand. Hand injuries suck for a guy on the offensive line. Finger injury, you'll get over that. So I'm just going to take it that it's just a finger injury.
A little
they don't want it to get worse.
No, well, of course not, right? Like that's when it becomes silly. If you're aggravating injuries in practice, that's ridiculous. So you always want to err on the side of caution when it comes to this time of the year. But again, hopefully it's nothing. Doesn't sound like it's anything major, but it is something that's happening right now with the Texas offensive line. That's the thinnest spot on the team. Sark was asked that question the other day, like, where do you feel like you're the thinnest on your roster? And he said the offensive line. And he covered it up by saying, well, there's no team in America that feels good about 10 offensive linemen that they have.
Yeah.
We feel good about our first 7 or 8. I don't know if I feel good about the first 7 or 8. And I don't know if Steve Sarkisian really feels that good about his first 7 or 8. But there are plenty of positions on the field where it's like, second or third team, we've got enough there to be okay. Offensive line.
Never have enough for those guys.
Yeah, I don't know if that, especially at tackle. I think Texas could maybe, knock on wood that it doesn't happen. They could handle an injury to a guard or to a center and be okay because they just have more depth there. But at tackle, man, it's tough. It is tough. It is slim pickings with those dudes right now.
Nope, you got to have them all show up. You got to have that first unit show up for game one. Can't have any. You can have substitutes during the game to give them a blow, but can't go long periods of time in that kind of game without your starter.
That's it. Yeah, if game one was San Jose State, then it's rest up Trevor Gooseby and get him ready for Ohio State in week 2.
Absolutely.
This is the game. You got to have all hands on deck. All right, I mentioned some Micah Parsons news, Buck.
Yes.
And really, we don't have a ton of news. We just have a bit of Adam Schefter sound. Shifty Adam Schefter was on with ESPN yesterday, and, well, he provided an update on the current state of relations between Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys as we now sit what is it, 2 weeks from tomorrow? Yeah, 2 weeks from tomorrow is the Cowboys season opener against the Philadelphia Eagles. Here's Adam Schefter talking about the negotiations between Micah and Jerry Jones.
Can't get a deal done if you're not even talking. And the two sides haven't had any negotiations since late March or early April. And it sounds like at this point it's personal. It sounds like each side is dug in. The Cowboys have come out and said what they said publicly at the start of training camp, which Micah didn't like. Micah came out and asked to be traded, said he was ready to move on from Dallas, which I'm sure they didn't like. And right now, both sides seem to be angry. Now, have other people put those feelings aside in the past and figured out a way to work out a deal? Yeah. I don't see that happening here. I see these two sides headed towards a divorce in time. The only question is, when is that divorce going to happen and how is it going to happen? Are they going to trade him now? Are they going to trade him after this year? Are they going to move on when? But it certainly doesn't feel like these two sides want to enter a long-term relationship together. That's the way it feels today, and we'll see if they do anything to change that before the regular season begins in a couple of weeks.
Wow, that's bad news. That sounds horrible. That sounds like this guy that Jerry's going to say, "Screw you, you're under contract for another year. We're not talking. We'll talk to you after the football season. You're under contract to play. If you don't play, you're going to lose money every game. Too bad. And then if we have to part ways next year, we'll part ways." I mean, that's what it sounds like. I mean, that's all bad news.
Well, the question then becomes, does Micah Parsons show up? Like, he doesn't get paid if he doesn't play in the games this year, but we've seen guys do this in the past.
I think he's going to stand firm. He's not going to get on there without a new contract.
So, I think then you can't let him play out the final year of his deal and just let him walk. Like, then you just don't have Micah Parsons, and you're not going to get anything from him in a trade because he's just going to hit free agency next year and leave.
Yeah, this is kind of sounds like it's hard line, but once again, hard lines make deadlines, so we'll see.
The deadline is 2 weeks from tomorrow. Like you would like to have Micah Parsons out there in game one on the road against the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, he's been at practice. I mean, he understands some of the lingo, I would think.
Yeah, he's there. He's there every day. And he's not in uniform, but he's like wearing a jersey, just hanging out on the sideline, talking to people, sitting and watching, and just like he's there. I think he would like to be on the field, but he would also more so like to get paid a lot of money and get that long-term financial security.
He wants that glory hole himself, doesn't he?
We all want some glory hole, don't we?
Yeah.
But it's not always smiles and glory holes. Jerry Jones has told us that.
Yeah, this thing got to be dumb in a hurry.
It's been dumb for a long time. And yeah, it should have never gotten to this point. I'm going to stand firm on my stance that I've had throughout this entire process. I do think the Cowboys are going to pay Micah Parsons. For as dumb of a franchise as they are, I do think they realize how good that guy is and how valuable he is to the team and how important of a position he plays on that team. And the Cowboys typically pay their own, and I think Micah Parsons is going to get paid before we get to week one of the NFL season. And I think Schefter said it right there. Like, yeah, teams have been in situations. We've seen trade requests all of the time in this sport. And you know what it takes for a trade request to go away? You get at a table, you negotiate, and you agree to a deal. So Micah Parsons,
somebody's going to want to talk. He said they're not even talking. Somebody's going to want to talk here shortly.
I would think. I mean, Micah's side, I think, is ready to talk, but I don't think David Mulugheta is going to go out of his way to reach out to the Jones family. I think they've tried a couple of times, like, hey, my client is ready to negotiate. Can we get at the table? And it sounds like every time that's happened, Jerry
gives you that. We already had a deal. We had a deal.
Yeah, I don't even know if he says that. That's what he says to the press. I don't know if he's even responding to David Mulugheta. And it's a lot of he said, she said right now. So we don't know, which side's actually telling the truth, if either side is actually telling the truth. But Adam Schefter's as tight in as anybody in the league, and he said the two sides haven't talked since March. Buck, we're about to hit September.
Yeah.
They haven't talked since March. It's ridiculous that it's gotten to this point. But again, it's not like neither side knows what the other is looking for. It's not like the Cowboys, when they do finally sit down with Micah Parsons, they're going to have to ask, hey, can you tell us, like, how many years would you like? How much money would you like? They can just look at all of these deals for edge rushers that have gotten done. Like, boom, that's your blueprint right there. Like, that's what Micah Parsons is looking for. He's looking probably for $1 more than that. You give him $1 more than what TJ Watt just signed in Pittsburgh or what Myles Garrett got in Cleveland, whatever, then the deal's done. So it's not like there's a whole lot of negotiating that actually needs to happen. It's just they need to actually negotiate.
Well, it's Jerry's world, so we this thing could go right up. I would hate for a player like that not to have enough practice in, and Jerry saying, okay, we're going to do it the week of the game just because he is who he is to keep the Cowboys in the limelight, and then that guy's not really ready to play in game one, and you stick him out there and something happens to him, then Jerry goes back to the old, well, we paid him and he got hurt, but he'd never have enough time to prepare. I mean, what are you going to do? Your expectations are if you sign him, he's playing immediately.
Right. Yeah, of course.
But the stupid thing about it is you're not giving him enough time to have padded practices and do some other things. You're just thinking because you sign him to the money, there's no reason for him to get hurt. Well, there's a lot of reasons. The guys on the other side that he plays against.
Yeah.
They are playing the defending Super Bowl champs in week one.
Right.
They got some good players.
Oh, for sure. I don't think like Micah needs a ton of practice to get up to speed. Like I remember we were having this conversation about CeeDee Lamb, right? And the Cowboys really dragged the CeeDee Lamb extension deep into training camp, and everyone's like, well, is he going to get hurt? Like he's going to come back? Is he going to be ready to go? Is he going to get hurt? Like CeeDee Lamb was fine last year. So, some guys are going to get hurt. It's football. That's how it goes. I trust that Micah Parsons has been putting in the work to stay in shape to where that jump, and I know it's not the same as actually being out there on the field. I trust that it's not going to take him a whole lot of time to.
Well, yeah, but like I said, that first game you're playing against one of the best offensive lines in the game, maybe the best offensive line in the game, and you got to go out there at full speed. And just because you sign your contract, Jerry's expecting you to get out there and do crazy things, and you haven't had time because of either you or Jerry. That's just scary to think you're getting this close. And to make that deal, get that done the week of. Dude, that thing should be getting done today. I mean, it should have been done months ago, but you're right. This is the time that you got to do it. You got to give that guy time to prepare the kind of player that he is and the group that he's going against early. Or maybe he doesn't even play in the first game.
You can't do that. You can't pay Micah and then tell him he's got to sit the first game like that. What are we doing here? That's insane if you do that. You pay him by the first game so you can have him for the first game.
Okay, then you need to pay him today.
Yeah. Well, where are you at? I mean, are you with Adam Schefter? Do you think this thing ends in divorce, or are you still on my side thinking, I don't even know if you are or have been on my side recently, but are you on my side?
I think they're both kind of hard-headed guys. I think Micah Parsons would, if you don't get that thing done and he feels like he's not had a time to prepare, he may say, okay, I don't – because you lose money every game then once you're under that contract and you're not there and you're just kind of holding out and not doing it. I think it wouldn't be surprised if he sat it out.
Is that what you think is going to? You think no deal gets done by game one and Micah Parsons? I don't think
a deal gets done by game one. I think the closer you get, the more likely it's not going to get done. I think by the end of what is tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, by the end of the weekend, you got to get going. He's got to get some real reps, PK. To throw a guy out there like that. And once again, I'm saying that does it get done late? If it gets done next week, are you going to put him out there? Of course, Jerry, if you're paying him, you want him out there against the Philadelphia Eagles, but is he prepared to play against the Philadelphia Eagles? That's the thing.
Right. Well, the Cowboys' last preseason game is this Friday against Atlanta in Arlington. And obviously Micah Parsons, even if they get a deal done today, he's not going to be out there for that. I don't know if any of the great Cowboy starters are going to play in that game. But
they're at that point now where those guys don't play.
So you'll have, what is that, Friday to the following Thursday? That's 13 days. You'll have 13 days between final preseason game and first regular season game to get something done. And again,
Yeah, I
we
mean,
are
like I said, by the weekend, when the weekend's over, get this thing done.
right. That'd be nice. Today's a great day to pay Micah Parsons, Buck.
Yes, it is.
Today's
Yeah,
a
Wednesday.
great day.
Yeah, hump day's a great day to pay him.
If you don't pay him today, tomorrow, guess what? That'll be a great day to pay Micah Parsons. It's not a bad day to pay that guy.
I would hate to see the Cowboys have that guy really not ready, physically, not have enough time to prepare himself. I don't care how great an athlete you are, dude. In this sport, when you're going against guys like one of the best offensive lines in football, and they're expecting you to play, and you really haven't had enough time to prepare for it, that's not a good thing for the Cowboys.
No, it's not. It's not ideal.
It's already a dumb thing by the Cowboys, but don't double dumb yourself.
It's already double. It's already double. Like it's already too dumb. It's already too dumb. 2 weeks away from the season. Like I don't know how much of a difference 15 days versus 10 days makes in terms of getting ready for your first game. Like you have all of these off-season programs for a reason, from OTAs to mini camp. Right? Yeah, I mean he showed up, but he's not really doing a lot. So like you have OTAs and mini camps and training camps and all of this stuff. It's in place for a reason to ramp you up.
Yeah, I see that dude holding bags. I've seen him hold a bag. I've seen him do stretching stuff. I haven't seen him backpedal and take off or go against an offensive lineman. He's not doing that kind of stuff. So you got to do some of that before you get on the field and actually go.
I tend to agree
Thursday night game.
I tend to agree with Jake. I don't think he's got to practice very much. I think that matters less than you do. But like you'd like him to be out there for at least a couple of days. That would be nice. But I think he's in shape. I think he'll be ready to go. It's just that he just needs to get paid. He'll play hardball. I think he'll drag this thing out into the year. I think he's willing to lose some money. He's made enough, and he gets endorsement deals, and he'll be fine. He wants to make sure he's going to get that big contract. He doesn't want to play on this one and do something that's going to screw up his ability to get that second
I don't
contract.
think he's not playing on this one.
I don't think so. I don't think so either. All right, let's bring on the boys. We've got Double R. We've got Wags. It is Chaos Theory. Fellas, how we doing?
What's up, man? How we doing? We good? When are you coming back? When are you heading this way?
Today.
Gotcha.
After the show. Yes, sir.
How's the trip? How's out west? What's it like coming on a little bit earlier than I guess it's back to the days of 6 a.m. for you, right?
Yeah, man.
It's 5 a.m. out here.
5 a.m.
Yeah, now it's 7 a.m. Out here. So this is when I'm used to starting the show with the Buck every morning, and now it's my body doesn't work well with time zones. I can't figure it out.
What the hell's going on?
No, sister had a baby. It's the same reason I was here yesterday.
Little baby. It's Uncle BK. It's
Uncle
drunk
BK.
Uncle BK.
Uncle BK.
Uncle BK.
He's a drunkle.
The drunkle bunkle.
What do you think's in this cup, boys?
There it is, right there.
Yeah.
He's already got the bourbon going. He's supposed to be getting the milk bottle ready, but
That
he's
ain't
got
no
the bourbon
OLIPOP.
going.
Hey, I ain't flying this plane home today. I can tell you that.
There you
So
go.
Look who just got reinstated. Woo!
That's gonna be me right there.
Yeah. Hey, y'all
ahead,
know what's
Noah.
going to happen. I could tell you what's going to happen with this Micah thing. Because the documentary came out yesterday, right? I haven't watched it. I think I'm going to try to check it out tonight.
Yep.
They probably saved a little bit at the end of this documentary, where at the very end of this tale, they're going to do that deal. They're going to do that deal, and then they'll edit it into the documentary, and boom, another bestseller for Jerry. More money for Jerry. It's rigged. It's rigged, like wrestling. It's rigged. The Cowboys.
Or Micah Parsons will be playing for the San Francisco 49ers next year.
Yeah, he'll probably go play for Philadelphia.
Oh, no, not more of that. They don't need
the way that
They
works,
don't need
right?
any more of that.
I saw Ian Rappaport on the NFL Network yesterday. They were talking about, like, okay, if Micah Parsons gets traded, which team would make the most sense? And Rappaport said, the Green Bay Fudge Packers.
Oh, no.
Oh, well,
like, if you are going to trade him, can you get him to the AFC, please?
Yeah.
I don't want to trade him, but hey, look, if you're going to get 2 first-round picks and a bunch of stuff, then it makes it a little palatable. But don't trade him to the Eagles or the Niners or the Packers, one of the
Or
teams
Dan
that
Quinn.
keeps ruining your life.
Oh,
Yeah.
out there.
Don't send him to Washington. Send
Send him to Dan Quinn.
Buffalo.
Hey, speaking of Washington, guys, what's the deal with Brian Robinson Jr. there? I mean, he's still on a rookie contract. They obviously don't want him in their backfield. Does Dallas reach out and be like, hey, guys?
No, because that would make sense. Why would the Cowboys try to bring in a good running back? We don't do
My
that.
bad. Logic.
Here.
What am I doing talking logic here? Sorry.
Running back room is solid at the
What's
start.
Washington going to do? Stay solid with the guys that they have? They got a young guy running, right?
Well, I mean, that's just it. Like Brian Robinson Jr. was he was kind of like their bell cow, right? And
Was
now
that the
like
dude that got shot?
Yeah,
Mhm.
but I guess I mean, they don't want him in the locker room. Clearly, if they're not even trying to pay him, if they're not even going to extend him, that tells me they just don't want him there. So if I'm Dallas or if I'm anybody, I'm trying to poach him or call scouts.
Or if I'm Dallas, I'd definitely I'd take a chance on him.
Wow.
Something.
He's better than a little guy from Round Rock.
Deuce, he played the other day. I saw him.
That was terrible.
Dynamite comes in small packages.
No, dude, it doesn't
it
doesn't always work out for the little guy, and this one ain't working out. Yeah, here comes
I've refrained from using this video when talking about Deuce Vaughn because I've just wanted him to be good because he's a local kid and now he's playing for the Cowboys, but he's now getting this treatment because he hasn't been good enough in the league.
That's him running through the line. Is that him going? That's him going under the lineman.
That's him under Tyler Guyton, hitting the hole right there. Look, don't worry.
He plays to make everybody miss in college. He got to the NFL. Nobody misses that dude now.
That's right. If it gets bad enough for the Cowboys, they have the fallback running back that they can sign, and the phone is ready to ring. And don't worry, Zeke Elliott will pick up that phone.
Boy. Oh my
he'll be
God!
right back there.
Oh no!
Beer gut and all, ready to go. And
so
he
when
plays
Deuce
center.
goes, does that mean they fired a dad too? Is he gone too?
That's a good question.
Package deal, right?
Yeah.
Package deal.
There's a chance. Just get Jaden Blue back on the field, please. Can we get that guy healthy? I would love to see him in preseason game number 3. He just missed the first 2. Love to see him out there on Friday just to give me some hope.
To see what he looks like. I haven't seen that guy in a while.
Yeah.
I guess that's the main thing. I just want to see how he looks, but it's also like, all right, is there anything in the Cowboys running game worth getting excited about? Because Javonte Williams is the starter. He had a very good rookie year in the league, but he's dealt with a couple of injuries, and he's like 25 going on 45 right now. And Miles Sanders doesn't do it for me. I got Deuce Vaughn obviously hasn't done it. So it's can Jaden Blue give me something to believe in for the running game?
Yeah, Miles Sanders never did it for me, BK, when he had the great year at Philly. I was wondering what the hell.
Are you listening to Poison? Are you listening to
Poison?
Poison?
There to where? Indianapolis?
Carolina.
Carolina, where he was just garbage.
Yeah. It's with the Cowboys. I mean, I know it's preseason. We say that all the time, but you sit there and you watch them. Even the other night, the first, I know that Dak's not playing. I mean, I get all that, but there's just nothing there that tells me that this is a fundamentally sound football team. I mean, on either side of the ball, I mean, you've got some guys that are going to make plays, but it's like, where do you find any optimism at this point?
Well, you definitely can't with Joe Milton, that quarterback.
Oh God,
that dude is horrible.
Yeah,
where you find the optimism, boys. You find it in the backwards visor, the shoddy backwards visor. That's what gives me the confidence that this is going to be.
And know that they've got a great kicker and a great punter, and that should do you for the year.
Hey, it's 1/3 of the phase, right? At
there
least
you go, Wags. There's some optimism right there, BK.
Frank Beamer would love it.
Yeah,
they've got a great kicker and a great punter. That should get you, close to 30, 38 to 40 some points a game.
You're gonna get trays and you're gonna get field position. You guys got it.
Three best players on the team. If Micah no shows, it's Brandon Aubrey, CeeDee Lamb, and Brian Anger. That's
a hold. Yes. Man, oh man, that's NFL football for you.
Do we still have that great that great deep snapper that we made? Remember the one move that the Cowboys made was they signed the deep snapper in free agency. Do we still have that guy on there?
Yeah, 3-year extension.
He got an extension. He's good. They're good to go.
All right.
Trent something.
Trent Dilfer.
Trent Dilfer.
Trent
All right.
Dildo. Oh my God.
Trent. Oh, that's a name right there.
Like that.
We didn't get into any fun stuff today, Buck. That's all me. I'll save some
We don't
fun
need any fun
stories.
stuff. It's hump day. We'll get it tomorrow, Thursday. You got a flight to catch. You got to go prepare yourself. You got to go hug the baby. You could change the baby's diaper yet?
No, I'm not doing that. I don't want any part
Come
of that.
on, doing that. Why don't
man.
you just get to?
That's
Why don't
not
you
his
just do?
duty.
It's not that. It's not that hard to do. It's
I
a
changed
little
my-
girl, right?
He
Yeah,
didn't play. He didn't play, so he doesn't have to pay. He doesn't.
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
doesn't
Remember,
have
you
to
wipe
practice.
the other way. You wipe back. You don't wipe up.
Correct.
I had to learn that immediately. First time I did that, I got slapped in the back of the head. You don't wipe little girls that way. I'm like, really? That's the way I wipe my ass. As a matter of fact, I go sideways,
Yeah.
tilted sideways, upwards, downwards, crossways, like a crossword puzzle back there. No, you can't do that to little girls.
Who's
You have
got
to go
four
the other way
down?
to do
Who's
this.
got four
Know that.
down?
And do watch your fingers as you go there, man. You don't want to. You definitely don't want.
That's what it looks like. I don't have to do my duty to change her duty because I have this going on myself.
There it is right there, man.
I own duty.
Anybody order that from Amazon for me?
No.
We're working on it. You got to tell me what size you need.
As my wife
I'm
said,
good.
I am the only person who's never ordered anything on Amazon. She said,
We
you're
gotta
right.
fix that. We got to fix that. We got to
No.
find you something that you have to. It's fun.
It's not. It can't be fun. Giving out your credit card number to the Amazonians? No way.
I have stuff that shows up here that I don't even remember ordering, and it's got my name on it. And I'm like,
Dude,
hey,
they got so much money, they don't even use their own trucks. They
Yeah,
got U-Haul trucks shipping shit now. I
They
thought
got
they were
so
rich.
much- They got so much money that you can just ask for a refund. They don't even need to see or need an excuse why you want the refund. They're just sending it to you.
And they tell you to keep
Here's another one. Don't worry about it. Here's another one.
They really don't. I mean, when you send stuff, it sounds like if something's not, you're missing a teeny screw that means absolutely nothing, they'll send you a brand new thing back to you.
The entire assembly. They'll send it all to you.
and they'll tell you keep the old one. It's like just keep the old one.
They don't send that shit back to us.
If you can find a spot, that's great, but try and make sure it gets to a recycling place. Could you
Oh
do that
my
for us?
God.
Kind of nice.
All right, boys, listen, have a great rest of the day. BK, be safe traveling, man.
Thanks, man. See you guys tomorrow.
See you later, buddy.
There they go. Here we are. Another edition of Chaos Theory. Caught me in the drink, amigo. My God. You can find us on our socials. Not the Fake Wags on Brand X/Twitter. My amigo, my partner in crime, the Rodney R on Brand X/Twitter. On InstaFace, it's the Wagner Wire, and it's the _ Rodney R on InstaFace. Hey, if you're out and about, if you're mobile, if you're heading to the airport, if you're just out getting the dogs, a new collar or whatever, or getting some food, run some honeydews and some errands, hit us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Again, 512-222-9328. Rodney will be checking on your comments and, relaying some of the comments to me as well. And then we'll get at you and be conversing. And smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. You'll get the crowns on your head and join the conversation as well. All right, amigo, where do you want to go first, man?
Hey, looky there. You got
Notre Dame today.
Yeah, Notre Dame. Kind of embarrassing to get a female cashier at HEB while buying dude what? No, that's not so bad.
Kind of embarrassing.
That's not a bad thing. No, I mean,
I usually just go to the self-checkout, honestly.
Yeah.
But
well, I
dude
get it from
wipes.
Amazon.
Well, I wonder when it's time for me to get some dude wipes.
Those things work. Those things are good. Those things are really good, like to help from chafing and all that stuff. Like when you're out in the sun and all that.
I don't know. Like I told you, man, I wipe it until it bleed. So
yeah, there you go. There you go.
I just don't like, it's not a phobia, but I don't have to be dirty anymore. You know what I mean? And so whenever and when you have the luxury of working from home, if I take a shit and I don't feel clean, I'm jumping in the shower and I'm washing my ass. It's as simple as that, man. And I take multiple showers from time to time, amigo.
Yeah, me too. It's just because what'll happen sometimes with me is I'll I grab a shirt and put it on and go do something or whatever, and I'm changing shirts.
By
and
11 o'clock, you're soaked.
Yeah, yeah. And I throw a shirt on that I've set to the side, and I put it on. I'm like, oh man, this is that stinky shirt I had on outside. So I feel dirty. So I got to go to the McCall Custom Homes shower and take a shower again. And I'll do that.
Is that the official name of it? It's the McCall Custom Home Shower.
We're gonna put a sign on that, some bitch. We're gonna put the neon. We're gonna have the neon moon sign over that sucker right there.
Wow, this is where the magic happens.
Yeah, with the arrow, like the drive-through arrow. That's what we're gonna do right there.
We do it all. Just call McCall.
So, have you ever? Speaking of that, and you guys feel free to jump in on the chats too. Did you ever buy like tampons for a girl?
Yeah, absolutely. That was kind of one of the. That was kind of like one of the staples that really sold my wife on me as a husband. Is like we were down at the beach, and she was taking a shower. She surprisingly, it was her time, and we weren't prepared, and there was a convenience store right across the street, at the beach, and she went to shower up to freshen up a little bit, and I returned with some tampons, and she just started immediately crying. She goes, "You're one of the sweetest people I've ever met in my life." Now I've absolutely fooled her and pulled a gaze over her eyes, man, the wool over her eyes, because everybody knows that I'm not the sweetest dude in the world. Well, and I was sweet at that moment, and it the return on investment, buddy. We're 24 years, 22 years into this thing.
Yeah, man.
Don't ask me the number in front of my wife. It's not that I don't have a bad memory. It's not that I have a bad memory. It's just I can't do math.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm totally with you. But it's like that. I mean, big deal.
21 years. We've been married 21 years. Boom.
Nice. We'll hit 19 on October 21st. 19? Yes, 19, because next year's 20. We're talking about renewing our vows.
I think that's the silver. Is that the silver year? 20? Is 20 the silver year? I can't remember.
I'm getting a little silver. But the other one that I can never figure out, and we'll get to sports here in just a minute, is like when dudes would be embarrassed to go buy condoms. And I'm like, why are you embarrassed? And it's like the person behind the counter. I'm like, the person behind the counter saying, man, this dude's about to get laid.
Dude.
I mean, what's embarrassing about that?
We had one dude in our friend group that would go and buy magnums, right? And he would purposely buy magnums and go up to like a convenience store where there was supposedly a hot girl, right?
Yeah.
And he would throw the magnums down and he's like, hey, think you can get that box of magnums for me? And just a fucking crutch. And to this day, he's still a cringe type of guy. Like he's just, ugh. But yeah, that's what he like. He thought that worked. Like he thought that was the line. Like, come on, dude.
Oh, dude, come on, man. Dudes are something else, man.
Small town guy, small town people, man. It's, you know what I mean?
It's like it's like the homophobic guys where it's like, there's a homosexual and they're like, oh yeah, I ain't going around that some bitch. I'm like, why are you worried?
He's into you, buddy. Like he's into you.
Yeah, he would not be into your oil under your fingernails, missing teeth ass. Don't worry about it, my man. Yeah, I've got it on. Yeah, Sophie's out for the regular season. Sophie.
Yeah, I saw that.
For the ACL. God.
Now you're only down to you're down to duo leche. Yeah.
Now I'm down to dos salsas.
Dos leches.
So we'll have to get another. Yeah, man, I would love to be Sophie's nurse. Never wanted to be a nurse so bad. I can work on that ACL or PCL or PBS.
The show?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
My wife watches the show.
You think I would talk this much shit? Actually, she. So I don't know if you guys ever watch Unsportsmanlike on ESPN. I've talked about Michelle Smallman on before. I turn that on every morning to watch that, and Tracy always comes in before she leaves, and she's like, "Man, Michelle looks amazing today." I'm like, "Thank you for complimenting her. Thank you for being equal opportunity complimentist."
Hey. Where are we going on the slate here first, my amigo?
Wags, we keep hearing about realignment, expansion, all this stuff in Major League Baseball. This drops yesterday. Again, nothing official, but a proposed MLB realignment, which I would assume there would be some expansion in there too. I've heard 32 teams, 16 apiece in each division.
what are the Southeast? So is that is that the Carolina team?
Yeah. So you've got the NL Midwest, which would be the Cubs, the Sox, St. Louis, and Cincinnati.
So, this is confusing as hell because if I'm seeing this correctly, only the American League are out east.
Yeah.
Like the American League doesn't have a West representative. This is stupid. I'm not about. I can't sign up for this.
Yeah. See what they have
Who
here.
put this out there? Fox actually put this out there.
Yeah, this is Fox, MLB on Fox. And again, I don't know, this is just in their whatever department, their PR department, but you look at what they did here, like with the NL Northwest, which is Seattle, Vegas, I guess it would be now, San Francisco, and I can't tell who that other one is down at the very bottom. It's too small. Then the NL Southwest, the other part of California, which is the Dodgers, the Padres, Arizona, and the Angels.
The first thing I'm seeing right off the jump, right, is like the mid-Atlantic. Like I agree that the Orioles should be in the Mid-Atlantic and the Nats got to be there too. But the Philly, like move Cleveland to the Great Lakes, right? Because Cleveland is on the lake. It's got a lake effect. And I know Toronto does too, but take Toronto and put Toronto in the Northeast and move Philly into the Mid-Atlantic. And then move Cleveland down into the Great Lakes. But still, like, there's got to be representation in the West for the American League, or just dissolve the American League, National League, all in general, and just call it MLB. Like this, I'm not on board with this at all.
Yeah. So some of these make sense. Like for the Texas teams. Houston, Texas, Kansas City, and Colorado. Oh, okay. Yeah. That I guess. The Orioles, Walgreens, the Pittsburgh, and the Guardians. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, that just doesn't make sense. Like even if I'm gonna make a bid that Pittsburgh's Mid-Atlantic, sure, but I mean, if you're gonna have Pittsburgh in there, I would say that Philly's more Mid-Atlantic than Pittsburgh, right? Like Pittsburgh's more centralized Pennsylvania. Philly's a hop, a skip, and a jump away from Baltimore. Like it's just some of their districting and also like too, like I mentioned before, there's no representation of the American League in the West. So I think this is either a mix up or a blemish or something. Like somebody made a mistake here. An intern posted the wrong thing on Fox Baseball is what I'm thinking.
And this is where you get it, because essentially what you do here, I mean, you totally dissolve what we know now as AL and NL. I mean, but while geographically,
are the Expos coming back?
No, see, I think those two pluses down on the bottom, I think those are the two expansion franchises.
For sure.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I'm not sure. I'm not aware which cities are actually getting the expansion.
San Antonio. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the other topic of conversation. And then I heard Rob Manfred was on, I don't know what game last night, where he was on the primetime broadcast, and he was like, definitely, expansion is something we want to do, and realign is something that we want to do. But while a lot of geographical stuff does make sense, like with that Northeast and the AL, I mean, the Yankees, the Mets, Boston, and Philadelphia, look at those markets. I mean, that obviously is.
But that's a super division, though, right? Like
exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's where it's like, I hate to use the word fair because life ain't fair, but that's like, shit, man. You're kind of putting all your eggs in one basket right there in that one division, it seems like.
I think that sucks because you're going to eliminate like some of the, American League conference battles between the Red Sox and actually you wouldn't eliminate it. It wouldn't make it exactly that much more sexier with, the Mets in there and Philly in there. The Subway Series to me, I think is special as it is. I don't want to see, a saturated baseball season of just New York playing New York. I can't back this at all. No, and it's not just because I'm a purist or I think that I'm a purist in baseball. So it just doesn't make sense. Like the formatting doesn't make sense to me.
Well, quite frankly, it's taken me a long time to get used to Houston in the AL. Can we just leave it like that? That's kind of my thought with that. But here's a great point by Jake. I mean, the MLB needs the A's and the Rays. Yeah, get those people in stadiums, because that's when because sure as shit what'll happen. You're going to have realignment and expansion, and then franchises somebody's going to move. And if you're trying to do this to make more geographical sense, because like we talk about in the NFL, like with the Cowboys in the NFC East, with the Giants, Eagles, the Redskins, and Dallas, I mean, that makes no sense of East to me. But if that's what MLB is trying to accomplish right here, you might want to get that other stuff sorted out before you start. And again, this is all hypothetical.
Yeah, it's all hype. No, I got you. I understand it. But I mean, I would think that this restructure wouldn't even be voted on just because there's no like the American League does not have any representation. So it's almost like the National League's the West, the American League's the East. Like, is that what we're calling it? Basically, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, and that's very much what they've done. I mean, it just seems like they've gone in and broken up the U.S. Midwest, Central.
Well,
South.
Yeah, I mean that's what you're going to do when you regionalize something, Rodney. But my point is, like, some of the divisions that they created just doesn't make sense to me. But good little hypothetical, good little hypo. Where do you want to go next, amigo?
Yeah.
Or you got anything else from that?
No, I think that's about it right there, man. Just a little food for thought, a little change that we might be seeing right there. Yeah, we got Notre Dame. Did want to mention, did you see yesterday, of course, you had some Texas player availability, and what everybody is pulling out of that more on the national scene is that Arch Manning kind of pushed back on Grandpa and said, yeah, I don't really know where Grandpa got that about me staying. Everything's day by day at this point. So that's already sparking up a lot of conversation around the country about, well, maybe he is going to leave. I'm like, can we just let him play here first? Can we just get the season started and quit worrying about Arch leaving? What if he fizzles out and he needs another year? Let's play football. I'm tired of these conversations.
Yeah, I actually didn't hear the sound. Do you have the sound for it, or
don't have the sound? But I have all the quotes, my man. Let me see if I can find that here in just a second. I'll tell you what. While I'm getting that, how about a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave?
Football season is here, and we couldn't be more excited.
We are gearing up for the games and wishing all our favorite teams an incredible season.
At Covert Bee Cave, we know how much you love football. That's why we're offering unbeatable deals on all our vehicles this summer.
So whether you're road tripping to the game or having a watch party, make sure you arrive in style with a vehicle from Covert Beacon. Let's play some football, y'all.
I don't know about you, but after listening to Dan Covert right there, I'm ready to lace him up. Let's play some football. Well, don't get crazy. Maybe I'll go run some wind sprints. But so here's what Arch said. Quote,
don't go running wind sprints, please.
about Archie's comment about that he's not going anywhere. Quote, I don't know where he got that from, said Arch. He texted me to apologize about that. I'm really just taking it day by day right now, end quote. And that's,
well, I mean, he probably just went with the pedigree of what, Eli and Peyton did too. They all stayed their 4 years. And, if the writing's on the wall that Arch Manning is going to get drafted, why not go ahead and just stay and get as many reps as you can? I think who was it? Was it Mark Sanchez? Might have been Mark Sanchez that was debating on. No, I'm wrong. It was a USC quarterback, but it was Matt Leinart. Matt Leinart was debating on coming out early and actually reached out to Carson Palmer. And he's just like, look, man, I debated on coming out my junior year too, but you absolutely need the reps. The reps are so important. And Carson Palmer went on to have a pretty successful year or career with the Bengals. I would say that Palmer had more of a better career, a better tour in the NFL than Leinart did, right? But still, like Leinart, to what Carson was saying, what Palmer was saying, stayed that extra year, went back his senior year and got the reps, man. I think it's the reps and getting that much more experience is just that crucial and vital to being in the NFL. I mean, we talked about we were joking around in crosstalk there But it's just like the guy used to make everybody miss in college, and now he can't make anybody miss in the NFL because the speed is just that much more up on point, right? Like the level of speed in the NFL is faster just on a baseline than it is in college, just because on average speed. So I don't know. Everything evolves, man. When you get to the NFL, man, the cream rises to the top.
It really does. And I think that and this is just, I mean, it's a lot of expectation. It's a lot of just family pedigree. It's just all of this that's rolling.
I'm not lobbying for Arch to stay. And I mean, although that's what we want, everybody wants him to stay for the extra year. Right. But again, like that, it would be in his best interest, I think, for him to stay 2 years.
I think so too. I think so too. And I think that we get a much better idea of what's going to happen there. I mean, number one, you got to get him through the season. Let's make sure that he's not going to get dinged up and there's not going to be any injury. God forbid that would happen. But I think that this whole thing about, trying to get him in the NFL draft and all this already with what a lot of the prognosticators are doing, it's like pump the brakes on that a little bit, man.
We haven't even seen him play a full season yet. So again, they need something to talk about, Rodney.
That's it. Yeah, that's a lot of great stuff that came out yesterday. Do want to play right quick some sound from our man Mookie Taff. Just kind of really good stuff right here from Taff.
He's got really good days, and he's got days where we win. I would say today he had a really good day. I looked over one of the guys. I was like, dang, we're getting our butt whooped right now. So he finds his guys. He loves the vertical threat, but he also understands that if you throw it to a running back in space, he's going to get 10 yards once he breaks a tackle. So he's super mature.
Is that Mookie on Arch?
Yeah, Mookie on Arch.
Jesus, can we ask Mookie about the defense? Can we ask Mookie about the secondary instead of Arch? Everybody's asking about Arch Manning.
I know, right? That's frustrating to where it's like, and here's the whole thing about it. Here's where it frustrates me a little bit. Well, it actually frustrates me a lot. You've got 3 first-team All-Americans in the AP preseason All-American team. This defense is like this defense should be the story because this is going to be a really badass defense, right? But
should be.
All we want to talk about is Arch. So anyway, well, let's get to August 30th. Get a game done, and we'll be over that. All right.
You want to talk about Notre Dame?
Let's talk about Notre Dame. Let's talk about the Fighting Irish. Notre Dame. So is Notre Dame cool to you now? Did you dislike Notre Dame growing up? Were you?
No, actually, my dad wasn't rooting for the Terps, he was usually rooting for Notre Dame, right? Maybe it's just they were kind of America's team. I'm assuming maybe back in the day, right? I mean, I think it's cool that they've always been in the independent, right? Or they've always been independent, rather. I think that that when everybody's utilizing conference championships to get in, here's Notre Dame, and of course you can sit here and argue and make the counterpoint. Well, they play Air Force, they play Navy, they play Army, the Sisters of the Weak and Unscrupulous. So that's kind of their conference. But I mean, I think it's just, I don't know. I've never hated on Notre Dame. I've honestly, Double R, I hated on Florida State growing up the most, right? Yeah. Like back in the heydays of Lou Holtz versus Bobby Bowden. I'll take Coach Holtz over Bobby Bowden any day. Plus, being a Terrapin fan from as a little kid, in the ACC where the FSU was just thumping the entire conference, year in and year out. Now I don't think it's cool to like Notre Dame anymore. I just kind of always, never had a problem with Notre Dame. My biggest rival or my biggest, I guess, antagonist has always been the Florida State Seminoles. So,
yeah, I never had a problem with
It's good to see them down. It's good. Yeah, I'm not hating on Coach Norvell, but I mean, I just saw a picture of Coach Norvell back when he was playing ball, man. He's got like dreadlocks and everything. G'd out, absolutely G'd out. But that's another story. But no, I think Notre Dame's okay. I'm all right with them. I'm not hating on them.
And I think a lot of it was, I mean, honestly, I think the first time that I really remember the impact of Notre Dame was like when Joe Montana was there. I think when they played in that Cotton Bowl against Houston that we talked about a couple of months back, when it was like freezing ass cold over there, that's really the only. I mean, I was too young for the Parsegan era and all of that. I never disliked them. I thought they had cool helmets, you know. And then once you learned about how they paint them gold and you know all that shit.
My first memory is Rick Meyer. My first quarterback memory of Notre Dame is Rick Meyer, like actual like memory. And it wasn't Joe Montana. Like I've seen clips of Joe Montana, but I remember Rick Meyer was pretty damn good.
Yeah, he was
in college, and then it, you know, didn't really blossom as an NFL quarterback, but still he was pretty good, man. 90s Notre Dame was fun to watch too. Mark Edwards, if I remember correctly, too, as their running back, just a big ass brute of a running back, man. Nasty defenses too, just out the wazoo. Lou Holtz could recruit, and not Peter Work. Randy Moss. Randy Moss was supposed to go to Notre Dame, but you know things happened with him up in Rand, West Virginia, and ended up, you know, after the Notre Dame miss, he was, you know, slated to go to Florida State. Like Coach Bowden and Lou Holtz were on the phone talking and trying to say, hey man, is this, you know, is this kid special or what? And Lou Holtz has absolutely sold Bowden on Randy Moss there. Randy Moss was brought into Florida State, and because of course we all know the story, got into some more trouble and then ended up in Marshall. But yeah, man, it's Florida State football, man. Florida State ball back in the day was pretty tough, and Notre Dame was right there with them.
Miami was the one that I really did not care for. I mean, I mean, when all of that was going on,
they were crazy.
It was like those guys seemed like a bunch of thugs. Well, I'm glad I wasn't wrong about that, because they were. But yeah, that was really the team. And of course that pasting that they put on Texas in that Cotton Bowl, that was when I'm like, okay, shit, I'm done with these guys. But yeah, Notre Dame never. But you know, Marcus Freeman has come in here. That's and I only asked that because last year, you know, in the playoff, it was like there were like a lot of people that were rooting on Notre Dame. It's like people are like, okay, yeah, I want Notre Dame to make it was a great story. It was a great story, you know, that they got to that.
Who was Notre Dame playing first? Was it Ohio State? Who did they play in the playoff? I can't remember. Who did they lose to?
Well, they lost in the finale. They lost.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah, they lost to Ohio State. But like,
who'd they play in the first round?
Oh shit!
I can't remember either. But I'm wondering if that's why people were drawing, you know, favoritism towards Notre Dame. Was it the actual, not so much favoritism for Notre Dame, but did they hate the opposition?
I think it was a lot of that, which that's where it kind of felt like so often Notre Dame had been the one that you wanted. Yeah, you know, we don't want them to win. I don't care who they're playing.
Like I think if I can remember correctly, I think the team that they were playing first, people didn't think they belonged in there, or
Indiana.
They thought that,
yeah,
who?
Yeah, Jake's got it. They beat Indiana.
People didn't think Indiana should have been in there,
and then they beat Georgia, and that's where it was like, I think as a Texas fan, you're like, all right, you know, I mean, yeah, go, and then Penn State. So it was quite the run there for them. But now they come back.
Those are teams that I'm not really liking. Like I'm not a fan at all of Penn State, and not a fan of Indiana, and not a big fan of kind of like Go Dogs either. So
yeah. It just seems like now
it seemed like I was gonna root for Notre Dame regardless of who they were playing with on that opposition tour.
Yeah. So Wags, I mean, I think obviously
14-2 though last year, amigo. 14-2, they returned 7-7.
A lot coming back. Yeah. I think the biggest question is quarterback. I mean,
question there, but also, I mean, their offensive line too, right? They lost Coogan, they lost Spindler, and they lost Pendleton there. But they did. I mean, Freeman swears up and down that top to bottom, this is his best offensive line that he's had in years. So, I mean, I don't know. You lose your three stalwarts up front, but I mean, you can still supplement and keep it. I guess some, you know, solidity or some synergy there as a unit, but still you got to replace three of the five. Even in doing that, he says he's not worried about it. He says their core group is the strongest he's ever seen. But yeah, you're right. Like the only real question outside of that, honestly, is the quarterback, amigo.
And I think that, like, when we talk about, what we're about to find out with Texas and Ohio State, the quarterback matchup there. I think the good thing for this kid, for Carr, is, I mean, good for Carr, but at the same time bad for Carr, is you're going to find out really damn early, because you start with Miami, and then you got A&M. I mean, say what you want about A&M, you've got some All-Americans on that defense as well, projected All-Americans.
What's Miami's defense projected like this year? Do we know that? Do we know what they're returning, or how strong they're supposed to be on defense? Let me check them out.
Look right here. Well, last year, and that was the thing last year, I think, with them, because they had a lot of injuries, man. They were injury riddled.
Miami returns 8 on defense. So
8 on defense. So last year they were 7th in the nation overall. They allowed 16.5 points per game, allowed fewer than 17 points in 12 of their first 14 games. So that's really hard. Now, new defensive coordinator, Chris Ash, that comes in. So let's see what changes. This is a guy that's been in the NFL for a little bit, but the talent and depth appears to be in place for him to try to duplicate, or at least get close to what they did in 2024.
Yeah, and even though I just mentioned that they lost their three top offensive linemen, right? Even though they lost those 3 top linemen, the linemen that they got in for transfers, they actually collected or gained 53 more combined starts with these transfers coming in. So they have a little bit more experience. They just don't have the continuity.
Yeah. And that's the thing now. I mean, Jack Kaiser's gone. That was your guy that was, a stalwart on the defensive side. He's now unfortunately in Jacksonville, poor guy. So there you go. That's a big
plan of attack for Freeman's got to be ground and pound, right?
No doubt.
Like you have to lean on your star-studded senior, or not. Is Loveland
Jeremiah Love?
Or is Love a senior? Yeah, no, sorry, he's a junior. My bad.
Yeah, that's the thing right there, and there's not a better prescription for me for a young quarterback is a workhorse running back like that. I mean, that's got to be something there where CJ Carr knows that he's got that dude that's going to be toting the football, and it's like, okay, that's kind of my safety blanket right there. As long as the offensive line, because you have to think, like in that first game against Miami, that it's going to be a very centric, let's try to run the football. And at the same time, Mario Cristobal across the way knows that as well. So it's going to be a good test for this quarterback, because they're going to do everything they can to stop Jeremiah Love. So
sure, yeah.
Let's see what Notre Dame can do right here. But, and again, favorable schedule. I say favorable schedule, but those Miami and A&M, I think, are where you get to test.
Come on. I mean, sure, I'll give you question marks, but it's a very favorable schedule, right? Like, I mean, Purdue, come on. Well, let's go. You know what? Let's unveil the schedule here. Let's unveil the schedule. Rodney's trying to sell people that Notre Dame's got a tough schedule. Let's go down here week by week and break this down.
I said 2 games. I said 2 games.
The Fighting Irish. They got a chance to actually, walk this thing out. They got a chance to go Boston on them. If you guys are familiar with the term Boston in spades, they got a chance to go Boston here, man. Let's see here. Okay. Right out of the gate at Miami. All right. Miami, tough defense. Are supposedly potentially a tough defense here, returning 8. Good continuity. Definitive answer, even on the road in Coral Gables,
they're gonna win.
I'll say they win. Notre Dame wins.
Then you get a week off.
Rest up and recuperate for Texas A&M. All right. I'm going to say that's a win. Okay.
Oh man, I'm 60-40 on that one.
I'm 70-30 on it. I'm 70-30 on that. Okay.
I'm saying they're going to win, but I'm like,
then
Aggies.
Get your coding ready, because you got to take on the nerds from Purdue with computer science. You're gonna don't overlook them, but they're gonna waltz right in. They're gonna beat the brakes off of Purdue. Okay, Boilermakers ain't got much to say. Sorry, Bill Parsons, I know you're watching.
Then you get the Hogs
at Arkansas. They're gonna take care of the Hogs. Then they host Boise State. Getting pretty tough here. Then they got NC State. These are all wins, by the way, if you haven't been able to tell from my my sarcasm here.
Then October 18th.
These are all wins, and then at USC. Now this is always, this is got some hardware on the line, so this is a question mark. All right, but could the freshmen be blossomed or be calloused a little bit and midway through the season and kind of get one? Still, are they still leaning on their ground and pound here?
Yeah.
I still think they take care of the Trojans. Okay.
Yeah.
Then
you get a week
another
off.
Another win for Notre Dame. Now I know that it is very hard to go undefeated. I understand that. All right, but I'm giving you the best case scenario for the Irish. All right. Then they go on the road to Boston College. They take down the Eagles. Then they host the Midshipmen. Okay. Navy has nothing for them. They win against Navy. Then they take on the Panthers. Go out to Pittsburgh. They beat Pittsburgh. Right. They host Syracuse. You really think Syracuse is going to spoil the season at this point? Injuries could dictate. Sure, injuries could dictate.
Yeah, well, that changes everything. That
100%.
We're everything that we do here. We're assuming everybody's healthy.
Correct. And this is not like pumping the brakes or excuse me. This is not like pumping up the Irish fan base. Like this is a legitimate belief that their team can go undefeated in a best case scenario based off of their schedule. All right. They beat Syracuse, and then their last game of the season, they're away at Stanford. I got that as a win too. Rodney, it's a very favorable schedule. But look, if you really want to turn this around, their floor's kind of high too, right? Maybe a 3-loss, maybe at the worst 3-loss schedule. But with the schedule like this, if they lose these 3 games, they're not in the playoffs. So, like, they just don't have the strength to get in my opinion. I got them going clean, man. I honestly believe that they can go undefeated and get to the playoff here.
I think that there is somewhat of a possibility that this could be an 0-2 Notre Dame team. Possibly. Again, like when I say that's where
you're right. That's worst case scenario. That could be that's a realistic outcome.
Yeah. But let's say that does happen. Let's say worst case scenario that does happen. Kind of to the whole thing about the schedule. Once you're 0-2 from that point, as long as you can get your bearings together and get your shit together, and you haven't rattled this young quarterback, you can run the table from that point. So very easily, you could put yourself in a good playoff position like you did last year. But I will say that I think that with this schedule, but again, I may be wrong because we just talked about.
I don't think like it's a very favorable schedule. Like this is if you're looking at a team that's, they returned. They got a core nucleus on offense that's returning a core nucleus on defense. They supposedly gained 53 more combined starts and experience on their offensive line. Right, with this schedule, sure they got a question mark at quarterback. Right, with this schedule, what's not to like?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Sure, it's tough right out of the gate, right? You're you could have some pushback right out of the gate, but you get through that storm, you're coasting until USC.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's you prep for that, you rest up, you get hype, you get ready, and then you kind of nurture yourself into the third portion or the final portion of the schedule, right? And prep up for playoff football.
It's nice, Wags, because you have that after USC, you have the bye week again. Their bye weeks are
like you have.
Yeah, it's absolutely
it's a very favorable schedule.
Yeah. So I think at worst 2 losses, and it's very possible that
I could entertain 3 losses. I could entertain 3 losses, right? But yeah, I'm leaning towards it's going to be a best case scenario for Notre Dame and they go clean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very possible here for for Marcus Freeman. And again, CJ Carr, that will be what you're watching in the Miami game. It's like, how acclimated is he to this, and so forth and so on. Losing Riley Leonard, I mean, that was a great story last year when he comes over from Duke, but he's moved on. But you've got a lot of depth, and you've got a lot of holes that you don't need to fill. And then having Jeremiah Love in that backfield, like I talk about, I mean, that's a safety blanket that it's really hard to cuddle up into. So yeah, I think Notre Dame, they're cool now, and I think they're going to be making a cool run at the college football playoff. Now, once they get there, I don't know. Once they get there, I don't know.
Not many people know. Not many people know. All right, where do you want to go next?
Hey, man, how about we talk about our man Ryan Hurricane Hecht? Got to mention that dude right there. New lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right now. You guys, stop talking about your cell phones and all that. You have your cell phone in your hand trying to figure it out. Put this number in right now, 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. If you're injured in a car accident, if you're hurt on the job, anything that's going to require a personal injury attorney, you make that phone call. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade for Texans. You don't pay unless you win, friends. That's the cool thing about it. Lots of these folks that you see on top of cars and doing all these different things, making zany commercials. Number one, when you reach out to them, you're not going to talk to them. You're going to talk to an intern. You're going to talk to an admin. Right here, when you dial that number, you're talking to the Hurricane. You're talking to Ryan Hurricane Hecht. And no retainers, none of that stuff. You don't pay unless you win. Austin-based and Texas proud. We talk about him all the time. Ryan's the real deal, smart, tough, and relentless. Don't get pushed around by those big insurance companies. They're going to do everything that they can to make a deal with you. Don't do that. You say, call Hurricane Hecht. He's handling this for me, and he's going to do you the best job that you can find. Again, 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT Talked about the shower a while ago. If you're looking to renovate your master bath, your secondary bath, your kitchen, that's a big one right there. I tell you all the time, if you're sitting on a property that has some equity in it, invest into your investment. Don't sell it right now. Do something to it that's going to add more value. And then as things start to stable out a little bit, that's when you can think about selling your house or whatever. Invest in it. And that's when you want to call McCall Custom Homes, 512-633-9580. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. For over 40 years, father-son team doing it right here in the ATX, whatever that situation is that you're looking for. They even installed a putting green out there in that outdoor space for Bucky. They can do that for you. All you got to do is make that phone call, 512-633-9580. Check out the gallery of projects at McCall-CustomHomesATX.com. 40 years, family owned and operated, doing it right here in the 512. It is McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And not only that, Wags, see that text a while ago? Tom McKay is hooking up.
It's the time to do it, boys. It is the time to do it. You do it right now. You called this week. You might be ready to get installed for week 1 kickoff. So again, it's got to be this week. They got a couple of spots open and reserved for you on Thursday and Friday. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's the number. Go to the website at avconsultations.com. You guys know the drill, man. No job's too big, no job's too small. But call them today so that you guys can get set up for kickoff, man. You guys don't want to miss it. Look, we talk about it all the time. Like, if you're tired of trying to chase your local, trying to chase your team and find your new local watering hole, you don't have to with audiovisual consultations. They just come out to your house. They set up your watering hole for you. You don't have to go nowhere. You go to HEB, you go get your favorite beer, you go get your favorite drinks, favorite snacks. Then you're here. You don't even have to leave. No more hassle, no more searching for the ultimate viewership, because the ultimate viewership is here in your home. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
That's all right. I have people that want to come over here during football season. They're like, hey, man, can we come over and watch the game?
That is a bit of an issue, too. And, like, I don't try to be an asshole, right? Like, I don't want to have a conversation. I want to talk, or I want to watch. I want to observe, and so that I'm able to have a conversation the next week. So it's weird. I don't think that I'm an isolationist. I like to think that I'm still somewhat outgoing and not an introvert, but I mean,
I am.
I know, like, even I shared this with you for Super Bowl parties too, right? Like, I don't like to talk. I don't like to have the conversation. Like, I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to have to go back and rewatch the game.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's, I mean, what happened is, I think just being in the business that we're in, when you get in an environment like that, where there's a lot of people, they want to give you their take.
Sure.
It's like,
I mean, and I want to hear their take. I just not at that time.
Me too.
I want to watch the effing game, man.
Yeah, people want to break the game down, and where it's hard for me is they want to break the game down, and then they start breaking it down the wrong way, and that's when I'm like, no.
And also, like, my granddad was notorious for being like, all right, well, what would you do here in this situation? He's like, man, just I don't know. I don't want to second guess the coach right now. Let me watch the damn game, man.
Yeah.
Damn, Poppy. Come on, man.
Yeah, let them run the play, and then I'll tell you what they did wrong.
And then, of course, if Gibbs, and he was a big Washington fan, right? If, Gibbs would run that, tray counter or the counter tray, that's exactly what I thought he was going to do. He does it every time. Should have went the other way or thrown it to Monk. Monk's always open.
That counter tray, man, that's like the Packer sweep. It's like
student body right, student body.
Yeah. I wasn't around, of course, to see the Packer sweep, but it was like, I remember I would do like business classes, and they would bring that up. They're like,
my granddad loved Art Monk. He wanted to send me to Art Monk's football camp every summer, man.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Go
to text line. Go to text line.
I remember him crying. I remember when Art Monk went down the field and they had to cut Art Monk's pants. I remember my granddad crying. Like, and I don't remember too often my granddad shedding tears.
Wow, that's crazy. Shan asks, RR waiting on the cross your legs segment to share some wisdom for the show's fandom.
What do we have? What's going on?
Remember yesterday when I'd said, let me cross my legs and give you.
Okay. All right. What psychologist, Dr. Rodney.
Let me think.
Sorry. If we're switching up the personas,
I
Dr. Ronald.
Here we go. I do have one. Let me do that. Like
Dr. Ronald, what's the question? What are we in deep thoughts about with Jack Handy?
Here's some advice for all of you folks, and this was told to me by an old Hispanic man. I was at a Catholic church seminar. Why I was there, I don't know. They probably made me go. It was in high school, and it was this dude.
You getting confirmed? Huh? Were you getting confirmed? Like, was it confirmation?
Oh, God, I never did any of that. I never got confirmed. I never went to.
Man, I'm diet Catholic, and I did that.
Yeah, no, I never.
You know what diet Catholic is? Episcopalian. That's our denomination.
I would go to Catholic church. I went to midnight mass a few times because I was trying to impress a girl, but that's really about all that I did. It was anyway. I never did Ash Wednesday.
Come on, girl, you want to try some of this Sacramento wine?
But there was a guy.
You going to church to pull ass?
You damn right, brother. You damn right.
It's probably Tracy, wasn't it?
No, this is way before her. But I would have seen her there because she grew up Catholic. So is this dude, and he owned a construction company here in Austin, and he pulled me aside and he's like, so what are you gonna do with yourself? And I'm like, I don't really know.
How old were you at the time?
I was probably like a sophomore, junior in high school.
Okay.
He's like, what are you gonna do with yourself? I'm like, dude, I don't know. I'm gonna get up tomorrow, go to school. He meant long term. And he told me something. He said, let me tell you something. Here's the advice that I'll pass on to you today with the legs crossed. El vivo vive del pendejo. El vive del pendejo.
I don't know.
The smart one lives off the dummy. The smart one learns from the dummy. So there you go, guys. Write that down. El vivo vive del pendejo. School's out. My work is done here.
School's out.
My work
All
is
right,
done.
let's turn these comments on, see what the boys have been talking about.
They're talking about phones. That's what I was saying a while ago when I was talking about Mike McCall. And if you're having an Android problem, I can tell you my dad's phone blew up. And
What's up, Mike? We see you, buddy.
And he was calling me last week. He's like, I can't get my stuff to transfer. I'm like, Dad, I don't know anything about an Android. I can't help you. I think that's what's going on here. That sounds like cussing, Jack says. No, it's not. That's not. Pendejo is not a bad word. That just kind of means.
Oh, damn, we missed all. Oh, yeah. So, Mr. 512, 512. Jesus, I can't believe I just said 512. Yeah, I'm still a Marylander, guys, I guess. Mr. 512 definitely says it's a cupcake schedule. Yeah, 100%. Notre Dame. If you guys missed any of the comments that we had, make sure you go back, like the video, and then see what we were talking about. Notre Dame, if they can get through the first 2 weeks, they might have to recuperate for USC in the middle of the season, but yeah, they have an absolute chance to go clean. Very, very easy schedule, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Anything left on the slate that we got to get to?
Can you help my Astros hit the ball? I mean, you lose again 1-0.
How about that? Did you see?
Yes.
Oh my God! Did you see the Birds last night? Did you see Rico last night coming in, getting the hold there? Garcia, my goodness. Bases loaded. Cade couldn't get it done, and then the bases are juiced, right? Rico comes in, throws 3 changeups right out of the gate, and then just gets them no contact at all. Then goes left to right with it with the slider. People just living off speed, and then dials up some heat. And it wasn't an immaculate inning, right? But it almost felt immaculate for Rico there. I mean, just absolute nasty shit. And then, of course, the Birds pull him. He's only there for the hold. They put in the closer, right? You can't make it up, Rodney. First 4-pitch walk, then a home run to tie it up, and then the Birds go into extra innings, and then Jackson Holiday to Gunnar Henderson to save the game once again, and then they were able to do it with the bats in extra innings. Yeah, dude, it's been good baseball. It's been cardiac baseball to watch for the Birds right now. But yeah, they take another one for the Red Sox. I don't know what's going on with your Stros, dude.
Yeah, well, that 12-0 drubbing that y'all put on us the other day was much appreciated. The 12-0 Orioles win, and then which followed up in the 10-0 loss to Detroit, and then the one in that last night where you had Scooble and Hunter Brown. It's like, man, that's a
that was a
beauty. The beauty. But then, I mean, you're just not cranking any. You're just not getting hits. You're not getting runs, and that's concerning. I mean,
it's amazing what one guy can do to the lineup, right?
It's crazy, isn't it? It is absolutely crazy. So,
I feel like when Rutschman's out too, it's the corner, it's the foundation, it's the cornerstone for the lineup, right? Sure, you got some heavy hitters still in the Baltimore lineup, but it's not that last piece of synergy that I talk about, right? That makes that lineup pop, right? And Alvarez, man, when Alvarez is in that lineup, it's a brute. It reminds me of the Yankees of old, where you didn't have any breathing room.
And that's the thing with the Astros, where it's so frustrating what's happening right now. But like we've been talking about all year with the West, it's like most divisions, if you'd have hit the slump after the All-Star break, you are in trouble at this point. Still managing to hold on because everybody else is shitting the bed like those underwear the BK shows. Thank goodness that's what's happening. Nobody can do anything. But this gets down to it. I mean, if you get to the playoffs, I mean, you got to crank out some offense here at some point. But there's still people hurt, and you lose your closer. So I mean, I don't know. It's rough going. Good one here.
Alvarez come back, or is he?
Who knows? I mean, I don't know. I hear sooner than later, but there's like no definitive date. I wish that we had the situation like we have in New York, where Aaron Boone says, Aaron Judge is going to not be able to throw the way that he should be, when he comes back. And Aaron Judge is like, I don't know what's wrong with him. He hadn't watched me for 2 weeks. I'm good to go. So I wish that we'd get that with Alvarez, to where it's like, okay, let's try to figure out when we're getting him back, because Lord, there's no lumber.
Yeah, I have to agree with this too. I think Love's probably the best back in the land so far. I mean, if we're going preseason hype, I think Love's probably it. Let's compile that list. Let's make a top 5
running back
list. Let's bring that. Let's work on that tomorrow and have that ready for Friday if you want to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good little idea there, producer Jake, to kind of spark in my mind here on this Wednesday.
Hey, Delgado, what I used to do, I would go to karaoke, and you go and you write your song down, and then you had to put your name so they can call you up. I would put as my
What's
name.
your go-to karaoke song? Sorry, I have to ask.
For me, with just kind of, I like "Looking for Love" by Johnny Lee from Urban Cowboy. That one, dude, I can sing it. I pretty much sound just like Johnny Lee. I ain't lying. It's a good one.
Get the hell out of here.
I'm serious. I love that one, man. I love.
I go with "Werewolves of London" by Warren Zevon.
Oh, those two songs just like together, man.
That's just. I mean, I get the crowd. I don't think I sound like Warren Zevon at all, but I like to get more like Tom Cruise in Color of Money, right? I like to get the crowd vibe, and I like to get the crowd going. So the first song is usually the one that I get them riled up, and then I like to serenade them with the next. Usually, I'll pull out the Smiths. You know what I mean? I'll pull some Smiths out too, man.
I like singing "Bust a Move" by Young MC.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I like singing. That's a pretty good tune. But Stephen, what I would do is I would go and you have to put your name down there. And what I would put as the name, I would put Cool Arrow. And so like when they'd go, all right, come on up here, Cool Arrow. Like for those of you that don't know, that's not a very flattering term in Mexican.
I don't know what it is.
Culero, that's kind of like chicken shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just one of those things. Culero, they used to call me in the karaoke circles. I don't do a lot of that anymore because I don't go out. I sing at home with Tom McKay's system.
I got you, man. Anything you look forward to anything tonight in sports?
Actually what I'm going to do tonight, I think I'm going to sit down. I'm going to watch a little bit of the Jerry Jones documentary. I think I'm going to try to get that in. I've got to get on the road tomorrow after our show. So I want to watch that at home tonight. That way, the wife has book club, so I can kind of just get pissed off. I'm just going to get
book
frustrated.
Club? What are they reading there? Penthouse forums? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
50 Shades, or what's that?
50 Shades of Sex.
50 Shades of.
No, y'all got a noon game tonight or today, don't you?
Yeah. I have to check that out a little bit and watch that. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll see that. Did you see that stupid thing from Tony Petitti in the Big Ten where they want to expand the playoff?
I got somebody knocking at the door real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Tony Petitti in the Big Ten wanting to expand, or not wanting to, but throwing out the whole idea. Oh, welcome, Jordan. I saw you there, then I saw you gone. Expanding this thing to 28 to 24 teams. I'm like, dude, we just changed this. It's like the whole Arch thing. Can we get a season in? We got to change shit all the time, Jordan. What's it with you young people?
I mean, Tony Petitti is probably closer to your age than mine. I don't even know what he looks like. He sounds like an older white man in his later years.
Yeah, I hear petite. I'm thinking he's skinny. That's about all that I can gather out of it. Tony Petitti.
My theory, they have no actual desire to make it. Well, they might, but I don't think they have any real desire to make it 24 or 28 teams. And you can't expand it from 12 to 24 or 28. You have to go to 16 or 21st.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's whatever you want to call it, some scheme to basically make the 16 team playoff more realistic. Cause it's like, I guess negotiating, right? Like you list something on Facebook Marketplace knowing damn if it's $20, people are going to offer you 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
So instead of listing it at 20, you put it at 25. So when they offer 20, it's like deal, kind of similar to that. That's what I think is happening. But I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I think it's kind of just ridiculous. In the Big Ten too, they want the SEC to move to 9 games. It's not happening.
Mm-mm.
Like unless there's guaranteed auto bids where it's going to put six SEC teams in there, nothing is going to happen. In the more and more guaranteed auto bids you do, the more and more spots you add to the playoff, the less conference championship games matter.
Yeah.
Are we going to get rid of conference championship games? That'd be ridiculously stupid. So I don't know. I get this part of it too, the financial part of it. Everybody wants in on the playoff because you can make a ton of money, especially if it's a home game. But it's just ridiculous, man. So,
and I think what this does, I mean, maybe even with 16, and I totally get what you're saying. This is a negotiation ploy right here. This is a real estate deal right here is what's going on, to where it's like 24 to 28, and then maybe the committee will be like, well, 16. That's exactly what's happening here. But then you start watering this thing down. I mean, this whole thing with Cinderellas and all that may happen in college basketball, but I think we saw last year. I mean, just look at that with what we had last year, with the playoff we had last year, where SMU and Indiana and these teams get steamrolled. I mean, is that what you want for playoff football? I mean, massacres. I mean, no thanks. Give me less is more, in my opinion, when it comes to something like this. But it's very much a negotiation ploy to hit that 16. So let's see. I mean, I like the system now. I like now that the seating is in a better position. Let's get through this thing, and maybe they'll say like they did with March Madness, to where it's like, this is what we're doing. Just let it be for now.
Yeah, and like, I mean, I think the 12-team playoff is fine. The G5 conference champs or whatnot, like Boise State getting included, yeah, it was cool. And I think you're going to have to include them no matter what, to at least give them a shot. At least one G5 team, if they're undefeated and look deserving and they're top 12 team, screw it, throw them in there. But like, just the whole concept of this is so screwed up. It should be an SEC team, the conference champs guaranteed, a Big 12 team, an ACC, and who am I forgetting? Big 10?
Big 10.
Like, that should be it. And call it a day. After that, give me the next best 8 teams, and that's all I want.
Yeah.
And they need to televise these CFP committee meetings, every single one of them, because it's nuts. And like
oh, you guys are good. My bad.
No, you're all good. The 12 team is so much better than the 4, because like for the Florida State thing, they're never going to forget that. They never will, especially with how their program has gone since.
Yeah.
Because if you're an undefeated conference champ, even with a backup quarterback, look, I don't think they were a top 4 team, and I think that's fair. But like, you have to draw a line at some point and figure out what you're going to do year over year, because you can't just change the criteria year to year. Right. It's not going to work. But
you can't keep moving the line.
Yeah, making exceptions and all this. I mean, it needs to be a definite way of doing this. If you have anything that involves a committee, you've got to streamline it and keep it just as status quo as possible. That's what I'm thinking. But and the thing about it is, the good teams are coming out of the SEC and the Big Ten. I mean, call it unfortunate, call it whatever. The best 4 or 5 teams, whatever, they're going to come out of one of those 2 leagues. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, and like, man, the Big Ten's all high and mighty. They won a natty in 2023 with Michigan, which most people aren't even counting anymore. Year after, they won it with Ohio State. How many times before that was an SEC team the national championship,
right,
or the national champion?
Right.
So,
yep.
I don't know. It's just like the thing too. I hate talking about the CFP, because no matter what the general public or the group of fans, whether national or G5 or Big 12, whatever conference you want to name, they're going to be upset. And no matter what we do as fans or people who follow the sport, it's not going to matter, because it's out of our hands.
Right.
And they're not listening to us, So,
yep.
I don't know.
Absolutely. Welcome in, Turbo. Good conversation right there, Jordan. Good stuff.
Yeah, I didn't. You guys have it.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Yeah. All right, boy. See y'all tomorrow.
Yep.
Be good.
Yeah. I mean, hey, Jake, the BCS point is a great point. It's a great point with like the one part about that, you have to leave it up to a computer. And that's the worst part. And I know it's like, hey man, if you just win, it doesn't even matter. But there needs to be more than just a national championship game. I like the playoff part of it, that aspect, but don't expand it more than 12 games, So
Jordan, I heard you saying that you want all of the CFP committee meetings televised or available to be broadcasted in some way. The 2 things that don't go together and have never gone together are transparency and college football executives. So I'm gonna take the under on that. But that would be really cool if you could watch even like 5 or 10 minutes, because sometimes we'll see those clips, like usually on rivalry week, where they show them from Arlington in the room together, and they're all eating their snacks and half watching the games. But I don't think we'll ever get anything more than that.
Yeah, and like, I'm not trying to flex here, but like, I don't trust these people on the committee. Back in what would have been the 2023 playoffs, I got a text from an agent who works in Dallas, has several big name NFL players. So he reps several NIL or calls players with NIL. And he texted me the exact seating like an hour before it. And he's like, this isn't a guess. This is what it is. Like, this is what it is. And it was exactly correct. He also had the seating for the other teams outside of the top 4 correct. And I'm like, how do you know this? He's like, hey, I can't tell you, but it's from in the building. So, like, if that's leaking out and all this other stuff is leaking out and they try to be as prestigious and all this as a committee, I hate it. It's ridiculous. But I don't know. Unless you want to, you have any other stuff to say. I don't
got nothing else on it.
Okay, cool. I just saw a comment. Okay, now I get it. This comment here about the North Crowley quarterback being ruled ineligible. So from my understanding, I didn't even know this was a thing until you just told me, and I looked it up on Twitter and saw it. But they have a quarterback named Jacob Torres who transferred in for his senior year. And sorry if y'all hear my dogs. So it's raining outside today, and they're all hyped up inside. But this quarterback was at North Crowley's freshman year. Transferred to Burleson Centennial, started there as a sophomore, as a junior, transferred back to North Crowley for his senior year. The Dallas Morning News, there's a guy named Greg Riddle who does a great job. And hold on. And he posted whenever another quarterback had transferred, he was the second QB transfer, and this is, this kid had already been here. He wrote that kid's story apparently was that something happened with their house originally his freshman year. They had to move out. Price went up on rent or something, so they moved. The house they moved into, like, they bought it or something, and it was struck by lightning, and it, like, you couldn't live in it. And so they moved back to Crowley, and they're now renting again, or it was something along those lines. And he's now ruled ineligible by the UIL. I don't know if that story is true. If it is, it's another example of the UIL doing some ridiculous shit. I know of a kid at Pflugerville Weiss right now that can't play varsity as a junior, even though his family bought a house in the Weiss school zone and are living there, have lived there, have proof of living there. So, like, look, from the old school crowd that's, oh, you need to play at the high school where you're zoned to, where you grew up with all those kids. I get that part. But I also get the part of, like, if you're at a school and you play wide receiver and they run a slot T offense or some Liberty Hill stuff where they're throwing maybe 5 passes a game, your chances of getting recruited are less than 1%. You have to go to every single camp, every single combine that exists to get verified information on you, because you're not going to get found naturally from playing in that offense. If I have a son who's playing receiver in a BS offense like that, guess what I'm going to do? They're going to transfer to whatever school's airing it out. It is what it is. If I think my son is good enough to play Division I, I'd probably do the same thing. So the UIL, man, like they pick and choose. There's kids who are in called the South Dallas transfer portal. They move around to different schools. They're never caught. They never have to sit out. So I feel for the kid from Burleson Centennial. I get the rules, but man, some of it is just oof. And yeah, moving in district, that's what it is. Centennial and North Crowley, I believe, are now in the same district. So I don't know. And there's also a kid who transferred from or moved in from California whose dad played in the NHL, who's a 2027 named Hayes Cloutier or Cloutier. I don't know. He's a few different offers. So excited to see him. Should be seeing them week 2 versus DeSoto coming up here in a few weeks. But
I got something to get to in just Texas football news in general, Texas athletics news in general. Yesterday, Chris Del Conte, I'm not sure if the deal was official yesterday or just the details came out, but Chris Del Conte is said to be rewarded with a massive contract extension just extended a couple of years ago. This time it's an 11-year, $38.8 million, which, averages him about close to $4 million a year. Pretty big move for Texas, considering that their, higher ups had been pursued by other schools quite a bit over the last year or so. For example, Jay Hartzell, the former university president, being poached by SMU, and the rumor was that Chris Del Conte had been poached by SMU as well, and a couple other schools. So not too big of a surprise that he is staying on the 40, but this is a huge deal. I mean, 11 years, nearly $40 million.
Yeah. I mean, hey, keeping them around. Best AD Texas has had since the Lost Odds. Don't think there's any question about that. And shit, Texas fans should be thanking their lucky stars every day that Steve Patterson isn't anywhere close to the program anymore. I don't know if you know anything about Steve Patterson, but he is the man responsible basically for the nosedive of Texas athletics under the Charlie Strong, Tom Herman, et cetera, et cetera. Jacked up prices, like twice the amount almost on season tickets when Texas was going like 5-7, 4-8 under Charlie Strong. And that is when my father canceled his season tickets. So I don't know. Hard for that one.
That was the news at about 10 o'clock yesterday morning. And then the news the rest of the day on the player side was Arch Manning talking about what his grandfather has been saying. This was not something that I expected to hear at all, especially this early on. But it's nice to know that this will be, kind of how it is from here on out. Arch Manning says, I don't know where my grandfather heard that I am, going to be at Texas for the next 2 years. I'm playing it day by day. And yes, Jordan, I know we are both very confident that Arch Manning will play 2 more years at Texas. And I honestly don't believe that he's just out here lying and saying, oh, there's a chance I could go. We've discussed this before. There's always going to be a legitimate chance that Texas either plays well enough or Arch Manning plays well enough where his hand is kind of forced, and he does have to go to the draft. Yes, it does seem unlikely at this point, but we just heard it from the man himself that there is a chance. And I don't, you look at how Arch Manning has conducted himself over the last 2 or 3 years now, doesn't strike me as someone that is going to straight up lie about the situation.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think we'll hear he's coming back until the season ends this year in an official capacity. And people will be asking him that all the way through the year. But it's about what it's expected, at least from my point of view. And like Steven Delgado, my dad was who told me when twice as much. That's why we weren't doing tickets anymore, and they also stunk. So let me push my agenda, even if my father lied to me to make me feel better about those season tickets getting canceled. But yeah, I think 99% of Texas fans will feel this way. You want to get into some of these questions?
Yeah.
All right, so David Keith Williams, what are both your views about offensive line recruiting at Texas? To me, the Longhorns seem to go all out for numerous top-tier players one year, and then are resigned to going after, I assume, the following comments going to be like 3-star developmental upside guys. You want to go first? Just broad picture thoughts on offensive line recruiting strategy and management of that position room over the last few years, because I definitely have some thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be able to do the last few years a little bit better than I am. But in this cycle, they prioritized, 2 people super early on in Ojo and Turrentine. And obviously they both could have very easily gone your way. And at one point in the summer, it seemed like neither was going to go their way. And then kind of the difference between that tier 1 and then tier 3 is how I would have it. Because tier 2, you had your Samuel Roseburrows, you had your Malachi Lees, maybe an Aaron Thomas, offensive tackle that ended up committed to Ohio State, I believe, at Arizona. A few guys there where, they were in on and really ended up being close for Roseboro and Lee. but not in-state guys that were really proven, and not, you didn't have a ton of connections. Malachi Lee had not been on campus in 4 years by the time that he took his official visit. Sam Roseborough somehow, felt more connected to A&M, even with his mother and some of his family being in Austin. So you got past that. When you missed on that second group, you were left with, the in-state guys that you had liked for a while and that have always been kind of safety budget takes. Not to say that they don't have any upside, because I do think of Max Wright and Nick Robertson has upside. But you end up getting, kind of two extremes. You get the extremely high in John Turntine, and you get the somewhat low in a Nick Robertson and in a Max Wright. In 27, I think it's going to be completely different. It seems like this class for offensive line is super deep, and has a lot of guys that camped at Texas in June, a lot that have been on campus before. Texas hosts probably a dozen 2027 offensive linemen that have a legitimate chance, would have a legitimate chance of joining the class at this point. And, had a special on it yesterday, a prospect from Virginia, Carter Jones. He's saying that Ismail Kamara of Gilmer and Reed Ramasser of IMG Academy are all talking about Texas. So the Texas offensive line recruiting operation is known very well. I'm talking about the struggles here, but it is known to all of these prospects. It's a place they all want to go, if it ends up working out. And I thought that was really cool that, these guys are talking to each other. You know that. But really talking about the way that Kyle Flood recruits, the way that Jerron Gatewood helps out there. It's really nice to see.
Yeah. So these are my thoughts. 2022, great class. Couldn't have gone better. They got Kelvin Banks, future top 10 pick. They got Cam Williams, future day 3 pick. Probably would have been a day 2 pick had he come back, and that honestly would have really helped Texas. You got Malik Agbo, who gave you some starts, or I don't know about starts, but at least some impact snaps in the second year of his career. Is kind of this jumbo inline tight end. They never, rolled out for routes or anything like that, besides when they threw a pass to him in the Sugar Bowl. You got Connor Robertson, who's been a 3-year pretty much reserve, going into his 4th year as the backup center. I guess, he hasn't been backup center the entire time, but he's been a reserve center. And is by far and away the best depth that they have when you look at the second rotation. You got Cole Hudson, who started year 1 as a left guard, either left or might have been a right guard. I always forget. Got hurt, missed a lot of spring ball between his freshman and sophomore year. That's when DJ Campbell passed him up. DJ Campbell played primarily special teams as a freshman, so he wasn't able to redshirt. And he was a June enrollee. He missed spring ball his first year there. So he caught up to Cole Hudson once Hudson was missing time because of that injury. Who else am I forgetting from that group? Banks, Williams, Hudson, Robertson, Agbo. I'm missing someone else, Nato, who will be starting this year 4. Left guard. They're working him at tackle some this week as well, just kind of for emergency scenarios in the season if any of the tackles were to go down. It was a great class. I don't think you can ask much more from Kyle Flood or the staff for that. Just a great job. But then you go to the 2023 cycle. And, yes, you were going to struggle recruiting some of those tackles because Kelvin Banks was a day 1 starter who was going to start for 2 more years. And even though offensive linemen, in my opinion, have no business starting year 1 as freshmen, that is not supposed to happen. They want to play early as possible. So Kelvin Banks, landing him definitely turned them away. But they had 4 O-line commits and only hosted out of the entire official visit season, the entire cycle, the only O-linemen they hosted on OVs were those 4 commits. And it was Trevor Gooseby, who is, I think without doubt the best pro prospect in the Texas O-line room as we speak. Jaden Chapman, who is primarily played guard, but they've since moved him to tackle because injuries are happening and the tackle depth is atrocious. And then Connor Stroh, who is a kind of a guard tackle tweener, but he's not athletic enough, doesn't have the foot speed to play tackle, so he's been a guard, and he's this huge jumbo right guard. but he hasn't played a snap in the 2 seasons he's been in Austin, not even on special teams. And the last one is Andre Kojo, who was a guard tackle take, kind of tweener. He can actually play tackle. It just really has to be right tackle. I guess it could be left in a pinch, but you'd much rather have him at right. And he was always going to be a long-term developmental upside. This is developmental upside take. This is a kid who enrolled at Texas in January 2023 as a 16-year-old. He was already young for his grade, and then he skipped a grade because he's one of the smarter guys in the program. So not a horrible 2023 class, but like 3 of these guys have yet to play. And the one that has Gooseby, it's because whenever injuries happened last year, and he was pretty damn good. So then you go into 2024. I'm going to pull this up, share the screen with you so it's easier to follow. That's weird. It just said it won't let me share my screen. That's strange. I don't know why it's doing that. But anyways, they hosted 7 offensive linemen for official visits. The ones they landed are Brandon Baker, who is getting some work at left tackle this week, but I don't think that's going to happen. This is a kid who only ever played right tackle in modern day. They never had him on the left side because he is much more of a right tackle skill set / frame. That's what he's played at Texas. That's what he's operated with the entire time, pretty much up until this week. So not a bad take, but he's a right tackle. Nate Kibble is a guard. Didn't play a single snap last year outside of when they tried to push it into the end zone on like the 1 or 2 yard line versus Ohio State, and they were unsuccessful. And then Daniel Cruz, who is like listed at 6'3.5", a little shorter than that. He kind of can really only play center, perhaps guard in a pinch. And he was always going to be a center take, a true center take. So the other 4 linemen you hosted on OVs were DeAndre Carter, another kid out of modern day. He ended up at Auburn. He was a guard tackle tweener. I believe he's been working with the tackles at Auburn. He had, he's 6'3.5", and it's kind of like the Nick Brooks mold. He's humongous. He's 356 pounds at high school, trimmed down a bit, but could have been a right tackle take, at least for depth, and if not, he'd be a guard. Then you have Daniel Calhoun, who ended up at Georgia. Texas finished second in that one. He is 6'6.5", 365 pounds. He's primarily worked at guard because the Georgia tackle spots are pretty locked in, but once those guys at tackle graduate, they're moving Calhoun to tackle. So that could have been another tackle, and he can play either side. And then you have Makai Sena, who was at Arlington Martin. Texas finished second to USC in this one. That's where he's at. 6'4", 290. He's pure guard, but he offers a higher floor than anyone that they signed in that class, in my opinion, including Brandon Baker. And then you have Blake Ivy, the last guy that they hosted, they missed on. 6'3.5", 280. Very similar to Kelvin Banks as far as, not being the tallest guy, but as left tackle athleticism and left tackle length traits, whatever you want to call it. And he is working with the tackles at A&M and is actually higher on the depth chart at guard because if injuries happen, he's going in at guard. And, but that's a long-term tackle for them. So that was 3 out of the 4 guys they missed on could have played tackle, and they signed 3 guys. One can only really play right tackle. The other 2 can only play guard or center. In 2025, they hosted 7 O-linemen once again. They signed Jackson Christian, great blue-collar, high-floor take out of P&G, probably a guard projection, can't play right tackle, though, is also cerebral enough, smart enough to play center. Jordan Coleman, one of the 3 triplets, 6'5", 360, right tackle / jumbo guard take. He's been working with the right tackles. I think he's able to stay at that, but it will be a challenge if he ever has to play left. And then you have Devin Coleman, his brother, who can only play guard, maybe center, but the center in the class would be Jackson Christian, so it doesn't matter. And then Nick Brooks, who I talked about it the entire time they had him committed, when they signed him, when he's been through fall camp. Yes, I guess he can play left tackle, but he's so much closer to Cam Williams than he is to Kelvin Banks or anything like that. Like, there are 2 types of tackles. Kelvin Banks, he's a dancing bear, super athletic, long, lengthy, and smart. And then there's the right tackle, like Cam Williams, the fridge guys. He showed up to Texas 6'7", 390 pounds. Like, Nick Brooks isn't 390, but he showed up 6'7", 345 and is that same guy or same, type. So, yes, he can play left, but is more of a right. The guys they missed on, Michael Fasusi, who turned down Texas not once but twice when they offered him almost twice as much as Oklahoma was because his relationships with Oklahoma were that much better. Yes, there was some part of it, the path to playing time. He can end up starting as a freshman. That was a factor, but that wouldn't have been a factor at Texas recruited him. It's so hard to look back and say this is what they should have done. But the relationship aspect, Oklahoma was so much better in that department than Texas was throughout this entire recruitment. Lamont Rogers, this was a guy that without Chris Gilbert, this kid doesn't even take a visit to Texas the final year of his recruitment. Texas was way out of this one. They were all in on Fasusi and kind of, I don't want to say they stopped talking to other guys, but the contact dropped a lot. And there was a time I went out to Mesquite Horn last spring it was about a week or two after Kyle Flood was there with Blake Gideon. And Kyle Flood did not talk to Lamont Rogers that day, who was a top 50 prospect and an offensive tackle. He did not talk to him. And that really rubbed Lamont the wrong way. And so they had to call in the big guns, Chris Gilbert, who basically a lot of that Mesquite Horn staff, they've now split up in our different schools. They came up under Chris Gilbert where he was a head coach for them or he mentored them or other things. And through those connections, they were able to convince Lamont, give him another look. And Chris Gilbert became Lamont's primary recruiter because of that. And he ends up at Missouri originally, which offered less money than A&M or Texas, but he had a great relationship with their line coach. I forget his name, but he's a Texas native and does a really good job. And then some things happen with his family situation. One of his family members got really sick to the point where it was going to be really hard for him to leave the state of Texas for college and to make it work. And, it came down to, okay, who's been showing me the most love and talking to me the most since I committed to Mizzou? And it was A&M. They talked to him a lot more than Texas did during that time. And they're pushing way harder to flip. So he flipped to A&M. The last guy, John Mills, was committed to Texas. And then at the end of the cycle, Jed Fish and Washington were able to convince him to flip. Kid's originally from San Francisco, but he has like 11 family members that attended Washington. They're all UW alums. And like four of those relatives played sports at UW, whether football, volleyball, women's basketball. So like that one was always going to be tough to keep him. But he's a great player and is probably going to start at guard for Washington this year. He was a true freshman, preseason All-American for us at 24/7 Sports. And that just dropped either last night or this morning. And the expectation is he's going to move out to tackle once the guys at tackle move on because he has those traits and length as a 6'6", 300-plus pounder. So the problem here is that they don't really have a true left tackle of the future because they haven't signed really a true left tackle or projectable left tackle since Trevor Gooseby in the 2023 class. And he's gone after this year. And yes, like the Felix Ojo situation could have been avoided. That one was a rough one, though. Ojo was leading them on to think he was going there, and they were leading the entire time for over half a year. And then we got into the summer, and, Texas Tech, the week of the decision, went from there's no way in hell he's going there. They're a dark horse, if anything, to holy shit, he's actually going there. And Texas was caught just as off guard as we were on that one, and they told him the day of, hey, you're either committing to us today or, you'll never have this chance again. And he chose Tech. And that's what it is. They're not going to circle back, but now they're forced to either have to senior eval someone, flip Malachi Lee or something. The left tackle problem is the biggest concern I have for the program going forward. I think John Turnstein can play it, but it is a bit of a gamble, so those are kind of my thoughts.
It's a good thing that there are hundreds and hundreds of players available every December and then a few more every April, because I am very confident that as long as Trevor Gooseby I think that's also something that is kind of unexplored here. Trevor Gooseby could have a good season and not be a first-round NFL pick, projectable guy. Like he could be good or a little bit disappointing, and Texas would probably bring him back, for next year. If that happens, you've just got a new lease on life in terms of how much money you have to spend for the offensive line. Because if Texas goes out and get a left tackle in the portal, it's going to cost a lot. It hasn't happened yet. And for someone to be the first, it's going to be a heavy price tag regardless of who they are. On the other side, you just really hope and it sounds like there's enough confidence that it's possible. Nick Brooks is ready enough by next year to play either spot, left or right, and then you would hope that maybe the right side is figured out at the same time. But I really do think that Nick Brooks is the tackle of the future for Texas. But I also do think that maybe it's in their best interest if Trevor Gooseby isn't a top 5 left tackle in the country this year, and has to spend another year in college. He's got it. Why not use it if he can? That would be the hope.
Look, if I'm in Texas, this is what I'm doing. Whatever the hell Ohio State did to get those players to come back for the 2024 season that could have been draft eligible and selected April of 2024 by giving them really good NIL deals. I don't know if it's possible because, Gooseby isn't going to have that concrete kind of draft grade or idea of where he'll go in the draft until after this season. But, I'd be doing everything in my power to get him to come back by offering a financial package that's similar to the NFL. And I know you're probably like, well, we'd really be paying, an offensive tackle $1.5 million or $2 million, where it's like, yeah, because that's what it's going to cost in the portal. And also, Trevor Gooseby's don't exist in the portal. They have in the past, guys who are similar, but as rev shares come up and buyouts have become a thing, and the further we've advanced into this age of college football with the financials, teams are better than ever at playing roster defense. So, and also hey, if Arch comes back one more year, like we expect, you got to invest in the franchise quarterback. And if that means spending 7+ figures on Trevor Gooseby, then that's what it is, because you have a low chance of being able to find someone just as good or impactful via the portal. And if you can't pay him, then guess what? I'd set myself up by starting to tamper right now with offensive tackles across the country. There's already schools tampering, so I don't know, man. And this will be a great pitch in the portal if that's what ends up happening. But so many of the I would feel so much better about the outlook of the Texas O-line going to the future if Michael Fasusi signed with Texas last year, or if they had Felix Ojo committed, or if they had Lamont Rogers last year. Any of those situations, they're in a better spot than they are now. And I will say, if they do get Michael Fasusi last year, then they don't get Justice Terry, because Texas basically took the funds they had for him and said, all right, we're getting this kid Justice Terry now. And that's what happened. So, there's a reason Justice Terry didn't sign until either very late on Wednesday or very late on Thursday of the 3-day signing period. There's some stuff going on there. So, and the thing for me that's interesting, people aren't going to agree with me on this, but and Will, I don't know how you feel. Of all the offensive tackles that have been on the Texas board last few years, let's say, just last cycle and this cycle, Felix Ojo, John Turntine, Lamont Rogers, Michael Fasusi. Michael Fasusi was the best prospect out of high school to me. Ojo's ranked higher. He probably has a higher ceiling. But if we're talking about what the floor and ceiling looks like and marrying that together, I think Fasusi is better than any of them. Let's see.
All right, Jordan, I want to move to the preseason true freshman All-American team, which just came out a little bit earlier this morning. Before I bring it up, I want to get your guess. How many Texas players and how many from the SEC in total? Do you want to get a guess in? You're muted.
Sorry, repeat the question. It's true freshman All-American?
True freshman All-American. How many are from Texas? How many are from the SEC?
Which outlet?
24/7 Sports.
Oh, I've already seen it. It's Grayson Littleton. He's the only Texas player. But
you don't have to spoil it.
They've probably seen it too. Look at Jake's comment, But
okay, we're gonna pull it up here. The 2025 true freshman preseason All-American team. Bryce Underwood is the quarterback. Not a surprise there. I can't even think of any other. Oh, I can think of 2 other true freshmen starting. Jerron Kiawe, however you say his name. Old boy at Cal. And then Bear Bachmeyer wearing the faux 7 at BYU.
Horrible. It's horrible, man.
Just a really wild group of guys. Bryce Underwood, old boy at Cal, and Bear Bachmeyer. And Bryce Underwood's, yes, far and away the best. Although Cal guy might have a little bit more on the stat sheet. Running back, Osman Kuroma. Not much to say here. DeCorian Moore as I think not a surprise, the number one receiver in this preseason class. They say if there's going to be a Jeremiah Smith-like debut from a receiver in college football, it'll belong to Moore. I think that's maybe a little bit too much of an ask, but it is, he does have a shot, especially with some of the depth at Oregon. Evan Stewart going down, a couple suspensions. Like he's now in a really good position. They're going to be paying him a lot to not get a ton of touches, and now they're paying him a lot to get a ton of touches as a freshman. Go down the list here. Dallas Wilson. I was going to try to do, guys that Texas is playing, and Texas is playing Dallas Wilson. It's kind of the same thing as I mentioned with DeCorian Moore. Like there's, he's just kind of had some luck in terms of how the receiver board has moved since he signed. He's going to be, I believe, the number 2 target for DJ Lagway. 6'3", 213. Like this is a guy that has been built to play college football for a while now. And I remember a few months ago, he was the first one to do his reaction to the college football, the video game scan when he had the hair that did not look like that. John Anthony Hall was kind of surprised to see this one at Stanford. Again, I think this is just more of a, preseason freshman All-American teams are not about who is the best player. But I'm not saying any of these guys are not great players, but who was getting an opportunity to shine.
Do you see that sentence right there? Stanford returns just a single catch from last year's receiver unit.
Yeah, and Mosley gone. God, what was the other guy's name? African guy that they had. God, it's gonna Eliko Aymanor. He's gone. The other Bachmeyer, Tiger Bachmeyer, is also gone. Thank you, Jake. We got it at the same time.
They still got Elijah Higgins over there?
I don't think so. I don't think they do.
He's been in the league for like 3 years.
John Anthony Hall, who was a massive riser, by our rankings late in the cycle, on the freshman All-American team. This is quite the pull. I don't, of course, neither one of us know anything about this guy. Ryder Cush, the number 183 tight end in the rankings. He is from Canada. He's from Surrey, British Columbia, and went to Sequim Secondary School. He's wearing number 33 for the Temple Owls this year, and they think that he's going to have a good year.
Shout out to whoever from 24/7 wrote this, because that kid probably just added like $100,000 to whatever someone's going to pay.
I don't know if they've got $100,000 at Temple.
No, that's what I'm saying. Now people are aware of this kid who were never aware of him, and as long as he's like average, someone will pay him to leave in the portal.
Yeah, not much of a surprise here. David Sanders got the clear-cut right to tackle starter for Tennessee day one. He will be a left tackle probably within a year.
Yeah, once Lance Hurd goes to the league, they're going to move him to left tackle.
And was the number one offensive tackle for a long time, was actually the number one player in the class for a good amount. And there's not anyone. I mean, I can go through the offensive tackle rings here from last year. Well, I just spoiled it. But Juan Gaston, another one that Texas will be playing, 5-star guy. Pretty impressive that he's already starting at Georgia.
That kid is a freak show. Also, funny story on Juan Gaston. I'm in Under Armour Atlanta last year. I'm like, hey man, what are the schools standing out that you're hoping to see on visits before signing day? He goes, Georgia. I'm like, okay,
there you go.
And then, I don't want to be an asshole, so instead of like stop the recording right there because it was me and several other reporters, it's an Under Armour camp. I just keep recording. And someone asks him like, hey, do you have any official visits set? Do you know which schools you're going to OV to? And he's like, yeah, Georgia, Texas, Florida, or like he said 3 other schools after Texas. And I was like, this kid is not going to Texas. Why are they doing this?
Yeah, and
he ended up at Georgia, but very funny.
This guy, Spike Souls, out of Louisville at NC State. man, I didn't know NC State was still bringing in guys like that. And they, I would assume, don't have a ton of depth at offensive line. That roster, you compare it to even 3 or 4 years ago, like just has been depleted so bad that the difference in talent in NC State in the last few years, and it all kind of dates back to not figuring out your quarterback situation and not having anyone to throw the ball at all. And then, you get the rest. You don't have a good offense. You're not going to get receivers. You're not going to get running backs. You're not going to get offensive linemen.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Spike Sowles, shout out to NC State. 104 overall, was a late riser for 24/7, was at the All-American Bowl, was the best center there. His pops played offensive line in the NFL for a long time, blanking on who his dad is, but I know he's an NFL legacy, and pretty much like since his freshman year, he's prepared to be a center, and has started at 4 years in high school for center. Super, super smart kid. Is only 6'2", 300, but has like 10.5-inch hands, 34+ inch arms, and like has pretty much every single trait you want in an NFL center. And I'm pretty sure he's starting at center, or at least guard is year one. Or he's locked in a battle at center with Purdue transfer Jalen Grant.
Yep. So here's the next one.
Yep.
John Mills, the former Texas commit at Washington. He's also, you see that he's grown the hair out. It's looking majestic now. And he is expected, or at least has a very good chance to start at left guard for Washington in week 1. Obviously, he would have never had a chance to start week 1 at Texas and would have had a hard time starting in year 2 or 3, I think. So probably a great move for him, both financially and, just from a player's perspective. It finds himself on the freshman All-American team after, I'm not saying he would have been a throwaway at Texas, but would not have been someone that we were talking about through the offseason.
They definitely could have used him. Definitely could have used him. He would have helped with depth. And also, like, real quick story on Mr. Mills. Like, almost all I think Washington was his first offer from the DeBoer staff, because he had all, the family that went there, and he's in Northern California, not too far anyways. But, like, his Michigan offer, his Texas offer, I think he got Oklahoma doing this too. He literally got those offers by signing up for, like we call them T-shirt camps, because colleges will do these elite camps where it's invite only, and it's only all the players there are guys they actually care about evaluating. They'll also have these camps where you sign up, pay $50, and you get a T-shirt. But, like, they really don't care about those players. Like, you have to really stand out at those camps to get their attention. Well, John Mills did. And he showed up to this camp. No one at Texas knew who he was, balled the hell out, and they offered him. And he did the same thing at, like, Michigan, Oklahoma, like I said, where he basically showed up and, like, was an unknown, don't know who he was. And they're like, holy crap, this humongous kid from San Francisco measured in like this and played like this, and they offered him. Like, that's how John Mills got on the radar for Texas. He basically forced himself. So, like, you never hear stories like that anymore. And when you do, I mean, it is, I feel like, a sign in some way of long-term success, because in the day and age of NIL, where these dudes are getting paid 6 figures, some of them 7 figures, you have to love football and love the game and be a grinder. And John Mills is, and is probably going to outplay his 3-star ranking. So
he sure may. Next, we won't talk about him anymore because we just did Micah Parsons at Oklahoma. He and Ryan Faudier have been thought of as 2 of their best freshmen. I'm not too confident that I do believe in Micah Parsons. I do believe in these players individually, but there's just not a lot of high expectations for offensive line room of Bill Bedenbaugh's. They usually has high expectations, so they might roll 2 freshmen out there. It's going to be, it sounds like an experiment, and they're going to have to, guard very well for a guy that likes to run right down the middle, and the quarterback and the running back too. So it'll be really interesting to see how Faudier can actually play with this.
You want to hear how much of a freak Fasusi is? So Under Armour camps have been going on for over a decade. Fasusi is either first or second all time in the standing vertical jump for 300-plus pounders in the history of the Under Armour circuit. And he also turned 18 in July, young for his grade. Didn't play football till the 8th grade when he moved from Nigeria to Louisville as an 8th grader. Grew up playing soccer. Like, so many traits. Great kid, great head on his shoulders. As long as he can stay healthy, he's going to play in the NFL for a long time. Firmly believe that. So,
all right, we'll move to defense now. Jaden Woods from Florida. I was, not too surprised to see this, but didn't even know that he ended up in Florida. I had a chance to cover Jaden Woods while I was covering Nebraska, and then with Baylor, he was interested in both. Had a completely one of the more like national recruitments that I've seen from a guy that wasn't like a true 5-star. Like at one point, he had a top 12, and it had I think 3 teams from every conference, and was rumored at K-State for a while, was rumored at Nebraska for a while. I didn't even remember this. He ended up in Florida. 6'3", 248. Like he's put on a ton of size in the last few months. And Billy Napier says that he's a unicorn, man. Not a unicorn man, a unicorn man. All right, just me. Sidney Stewart out of Maryland. This is kind of interesting. Cousin of Derek Queen, now of the New Orleans Pelicans. Don't know much about this guy. Not at all. Number 102 edge. Like, I'm just sorry. I've got nothing for this. Elijah Griffin, no surprise here.
Freak show.
And I'll just kind of loop these two in. Elijah Griffin and Amari Adams, the number 1 and number 2 defensive linemen in the rankings. They're both going to get great shots. Griffin at Georgia, Amari Adams at Clemson. I personally feel that Amari Adams could be the best freshman in the country with the opportunities that he's expected to be given. You compare him to, and there it is. You compare him to the Miles Murphys, the Brian Breeses, the Dexter Lawrences of the world. The Peter Woods from last year. Like, there is such a proven track record of guys at Clemson, big, burly defensive linemen who get a chance early on, came in as big recruits. They usually pan out. I can't think of any even high 4-star. I'm telling you, every 5-star that's gone to Clemson as a defensive lineman has found their way, in NFL draft conversation.
Real quick, some comments I have. Elijah Griffin, Georgia thinks he's their best D-line prospect since Jalen Carter, for what it's worth. Total freak show. At the Under Armour All-American game, I wasn't there, but in the week of practice, they literally had to tell him to stop and sit on the sideline because he was disrupting plays so much the offense couldn't practice plays or install. And then Amari Adams, like it says on there, was arguably the best player at the Navy All-American Bowl in January. I was there in San Antonio, so was Will. I think the craziest week-long performance I've seen at the Navy All-American Bowl was Michael Williams with the 2022 class. He pretty much did what Elijah Griffin did, where the offense couldn't practice, and I don't think he lost a single one-on-one rep the entire week. That is basically Amari Adams. He's right behind Michael Williams in my book for best week at Navy All-American Bowl, and phenomenal young man, classic Clemson take, and like Elijah Griffin, like what I said about Fasusi, as long as these guys stay healthy and keep showing up to work every day, they're going to play in the NFL for a long time.
Okay, we'll just kind of rattle through these now. Yes, we are with linebacker, and no, he's not on here before you ask. Nigel Nelson at Arkansas State, another kind of deep pull here. Flipped him from FAU. That is wild. He's from Pensacola. They flipped him from FAU.
Well, Tom Herman got fired.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they had a completely still that's flipping a guy from Pensacola, from FAU, from a Florida school,
from Boca Raton to Jonesboro,
Arkansas State to the Bush Jones, Arkansas State. But it looks like it's going to work out. He's been spending time with the first team defense. Bradley Gompers out of Pittsburgh. This is a pretty big, this is Duke's biggest recruiting win last cycle. And it's kind of no surprise that he is very high up on the depth chart. TJ Pickett at LSU. Yeah, did Naeem Alford get a bad leg injury? That was right.
I have no idea, but he's at Oregon.
Right. I feel like there was a cornerback at the top here that should have been on this list, but wasn't because of an injury. DJ Pickett at LSU, and then Devin Sanchez at Ohio State. And then Grayson Littleton. We'll get to the last one in a second. But this is a group of defensive backs that is such a joy to see Grayson Littleton in the mix with. DJ Pickett, one of the more dynamic cornerback prospects of the last few cycles, 6'5". He's 6'5", 195, and obviously he's going to get even bigger. I don't know about taller, but truly has a chance to change the way that we evaluate cornerbacks.
Wait till you get to Dijon Lee lower on the list.
We'll see. Devin Sanchez, ended up as the number one quarterback, and rightfully so.
Best high school DB prospect
yeah,
I've seen in my life. He's the cornerback version of Jeremiah Smith, and he's wearing 4 for Ohio State as well.
And then Grayson Littleton, likely going to get a very good chance to star for Texas. Jalen Gilbo moving outside on the other side of Malik Muhammad, and that leaves Grayson Littleton, and it leaves Wardell Mack a chance to play a good amount. And it seems like they're going to be splitting that. It seems like Michael Taft is also going to get some reps at star. That's not something that we really expected, but he's going to see a little bit at star, a little bit at nickel. And then Grayson Littleton is going to have a very good chance to get in the mix there. Dijon Lee, 6'4", 202. It's a stretch to suggest that Lee would start over Damani Jackson or Xavier Brown, but Lee's put himself into position for a lot of snaps this season with the way he's performed. True freshmen have started at Bama a whole lot the last couple of years. And generally, you saw the Georgia game, you saw the Vandy game, you saw a few of the games. Their 24 class was great, but a lot of those guys were not ready to play as early on as they expected them to. So interested to see if Alabama is a little bit more weary to sending out freshmen all the time. We're going to round it out here. Byron Bolden Jr. At Indiana. To be honest, never heard of this one, but he went to St. Francis Academy. So he's proven he's played some good teams over the last few years. See what he can do at Indiana. Actually, you do know this one. Demetrius Samuel Jr. Out of Palm Bay, Heritage High School over there. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to play for Syracuse. They have him, he was rated as a safety and ranked as a safety, but I think he may return kicks. He may do he may be the gunner. Remember hearing when he committed to Syracuse that this was kind of a 5-tool player. So he's listed as all-purpose there. Interested to see what he does. That's it. That's the whole list. The guy you were waiting for at linebacker was not there, and I don't believe he's expected to play as a freshman. But we had one Texas guy, about 5 other from the SEC, 2 at Georgia, 3 at Georgia, 1 at Alabama, and 1 at LSU. So pretty even at the top.
Yep. Anything else you want to hit on before we get out of here?
I don't think so. David Keith Williams had some good questions. I think we will get to a lot of these tomorrow, so make sure to tune in tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, hey, up next, Third and Longhorn chops it up with lifetime Longhorn and longtime NFL defensive lineman Brian Orakpo. Brian Osakpo, as I used to call him. Chip and Zay, they'll be back on the live stream at 2 p.m. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever your live stream. And, hey, Will and I will see you tomorrow on the Lone Star Playbook. Thanks for tuning in, and y'all have a great hump day.